everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced digital era, businesses require robust data warehousing solutions to effectively manage and analyze their vast amounts of data. Today, we are diving into SAP BW 7.5 on HANA. SAP BW, or Business Warehouse, is a data warehousing solution that allows businesses to consolidate and analyze their data for informed decision-making. Now pair that with HANA, SAP's revolutionary in-memory database technology, and you have got a powerhouse combo for lightning-fast analytics. Over 50% of Fortune 500 companies depend on SAP solutions for data management. In today's digital age, with data growing exponentially, tools like BW on HANA are crucial for competitiveness. Understanding BW 7.5 on HANA unlocks data potential, streamlining processes and driving insights across finance, marketing and operations, ultimately enhancing profitability. Throughout this course, we will cover everything you need to know to become proficient SAP BW 7.5 on HANA. From data modeling and extraction to reporting and optimization, each lesson will build upon the last, empowering you to harness the full capabilities of this game-changing technology. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. 1. SAP HANA Modeling. 2. SAP HANA Studio. 3. History of SAP HANA. 4. Columnar data storage. 5. SAP HANA database architecture. 6. Parallel processing. Let's dive in.
Welcome everyone. I'd like you to please go through this once. So there's a disclaimer. So whatever is there, it's not to be copied, screenshot or anything. It's the complete property of ZaranTech Limited. And this module you will have on your system. I mean, you should go through it completely, but I'm not going to read line by line because I want it to be interactive. So let's go directly and jump to an Excel. So anything, and now take an example that these are names, and you might be working on org unit. Just take an example as FI, you might not be operations and org unit by operations information and T, or you're working for R&D. Take an example, and you are leading the HR unit here. You guys might sit on a different location and all, so that we can have columns. So now if everything we go forward, and you can see these basically, so what we say data here, so these things you might be aware very much that it's when we say data is a collection of information, that anything that has information, meaningful information, that's a data. So these names are a data for anything. These org units are a data, and this complete data is how it is handled. It is handled by a DBMS, database management system. So what is database should be handled? We should be doing some info. If we have these access that we can do with a data, we call it as a database system. So we have create access. Can we create a column here? Yes, we can create. Can we retrieve the data? Can we know Minu is working for which organization? Yes. Can we update it? Okay, you can add taking course on today 13th. Yes. And delete the table. At the end, we have the delete access. So these operations, if you are able to do, we call that as a database system. We have many database systems that you might be aware of. So many famous are two types, relational and object oriented, that we had been using all the time. Relational, every one of you would have used once till now. So Oracle, or you say MySQL or MS SQL, anything. Object-oriented data, object-oriented RDMS are less to be used, but we have that. I mean, not every company uses this, but we have. HANA is different from them. So what's the difference we have in HANA? So let's go jump to our this one. So HANA modeling. So when we say HANA, they don't have the abbreviation. So HANA abbreviation is basically high performance. So H stands for high performance, A stands for analytical, and A stands for application. So when I say analytical, so anything want to analyze the data. So more into the retrieving function of the database, it's called analytical. So we as BW consultants or anything, we our main focus is to retrieve or analyze the data. Data comes in the OLTP systems, that is between the day-to-day system, how it comes. So if you see this diagram, data comes from everywhere. We have business suits, we have other sources as IoT, MI. Everyone is getting data. Real-time replication is happening, and our memory is increasing day by day. Our system at the end in BW side will have the object to and to create reports after analyzing the data. We have to message the data in somehow. We have to create a meaningful model. So the data comes maybe not in a way that suppose someone is report at a VP level wants to go through the sales that happening in different locations. So for that person, he should be able to go through the data in a flash. So the report comes and he should be able to, okay, that this is our system and how we are performing in different sales unit. So that's the reason when everyone should be knowing HANA is how HANA is helpful for any analytical functions. And modeling in SAP HANA showcase data from databases as business logic or model. So uh, how many of you are actually working in ERP? If I ask, or you know what is ERP? Why we have enterprise resource packaging? So before SAP comes into picture somewhere in January 1970s, we have one still. I mean, Robert, this Bosch company was still using as different DBMS. So suppose let's take an example. Let's go here and take any business needs. Where is inventory are? I'm just going by a sales perspective. Where's inventory? Where are the, I mean, from where its credit limit are there? How many sales it's doing per day? And what is the demand it's getting? And then we have HR, we have, I mean, everything is connected to a different database. So we have one database one, database two, database three, database four. Take an example, you sitting in Iberia, somewhere in Germany, that is. So you sitting in Iberia want to purchase a car to be delivered to you in Seattle, and you want to know how many number of days it's going to take. The earlier problem was, so when you do a sales order, so that's initial stage was a sales order was created, or you say requisition order. I'm just going a step ahead. A sale order is created. Someone will look forward for it to check inventory, check the inventory, and this check in sales order in inventory will happen in a different database. Then you someone the other persons will check okay how we have the legals and all, and then you will have the logistics coming up, and at the end demand order will be created, and at the end you will have the invoice created at the end. Then you will have the order delivered, and a note will come from the same back to front, okay, that order is delivered. Now these are all happening in a separate database, and everything is going to take a time. So just take an example of your home. If every person does one thing and they don't speak to each other only via phone messages or something, it is going to take time. But someone had taking all the decisions that okay, this database, every information is stored here. If this person wants to check that way, the insert. So this is also connected to this one. This as well is connected, and we all can check through a single database that okay, this is our HANA DB, and we all can check, and we did not to say even in HANA DB when SAP first came, it was working on based on Oracle. So the only thing was in ERP and enterprise resource packing is the planning was made simple and the decisions making and the time delayed whatever was there, but just made it to go. And we have the system just everyone can look into, and different departments can see the data between different departments and take decisions accordingly. That was the function of ERP. That's how ERP came into picture. And after ERP, we have now SAP HANA. So in we have the same SAP suite, just the DB which was Oracle earlier is now changed to SAP HANA. We have other things as well, but this is the main thing. And HANA now works in a different way than the Oracle was working. And here in the picture come our role as BW consultant was more or less same earlier, more or less the same now, and it's going to be same in till before HANA as well as data warehouse, which has DWC, which has came now. That we are going to analyze the data, but how we are analyzing, what way we can make it fast, and what's the new things. This is the way we are going to read. So is it clear now till here? So now to make in those data reporting analysis applications, we have many analytical applications that SAP has. So one of them are Lumira, you might have heard, whereby some of you might have heard, or nothing than MS Excel, everyone has worked. Going forward, we have SAC planning as well. And if you guys are going to go through that BPC as well, you might get into some of the SAC things as well. So this is how we are going to. So these are the reporting tools, the front end tools. So once you do everything in the back end, store the data, and this is how the information will be that will be displayed based on this SAP BO tools. Okay, in HANA, when we say these are modelings are done, so this is how the columns are stored and data is stored, and we have this. Don't go with scare with this naming acronyms. So BIX is basically the consumer services, which is not nothing less than an API. You might know. MDX was a original company which SAP occupied, and which is a like multi-dimensional expression. So anything when you create in 3 dimensions, so to retrieve data from that, that's just an SDA, nothing more. So don't get scared with that. And we are doing on our modeling and all. So till now we have covered what we do as a BW consultant. I mean, what was our role? What has changed from SAP HANA earlier, SAP suite earlier, which was called SAP ERP, to SAP HANA suite now. And now we are going more into deep that how HANA has helped SAP and in turn helped us and the business. So let's go and see how has HANA helped us. So this is how the data is stored. So this is our name, organizational unit. Let's say the country which you belong to. So take an example. So it's in Seattle. Ruja works out of India. Nagendra as well. And Niveta and all. Take an example of some Paris, for example. Okay. Now, if I have to say that, okay, where is the, are you guys aware that it's called C6, right? Or 6C. So now I want to know where Niveda works. What you are going to do. This is a table, and how we go through the data till now. That's all our habit, and that's how the all the table was working was. We will go through every row wise. So first row, second row, third row, data will be written, or even the retrieving option was something like the similar one. So it was stored in row wise operation. Okay, I'm just removing this. So these operations we do as per database, and same we do with HANA. So our all the functions was done based on the row storage, that every relational database or even the object-oriented relational database was working in the same way. What has HANA come to the picture, but we had done to improve this? But before HANA comes, let's take one more example. So some of you, I'm just writing, you work on a system called K1, Kexen, CPU. These are the CPU names. So these are the applications where you will be hitting the database. So Roja works on R1, Nagendra works on CPU N1, Niveta N2, and Minu is M1. How many of you guys are aware of RAM and ROM memory? So everyone using phone will have a disk space that's 128 or 256 GB. That's called ROM memory, and we have RAM memory as well. That 4 GB, 8 GB, 16 GB. That's how everything is decided. So RAM is the volatile memory, in memory basically, and or you can say just the memory, and the other part is disk. You guys are aware of this thing that we have even in computer we have that part as well. Anything everyone having a phone can just check their configuration. They'll have at least 256 or 128 GB of disk space and 4 or 8 to 16 GB of RAM. So what RAM functions is, the function of RAM is whatever the same information. So suppose you have opened Facebook, then you open Insta, then you go to Gmail, and then at the fourth you go to any Amazon for an example. When you come to Facebook, it should display the same page. If it gets refreshed, that means your RAM is less, and it should not refresh is what all the phones does. That it has a better memory transition between the apps. Or even if you're suppose playing PUBG and someone comes and we have to minimize the PUBG and go back to an Excel and then come back within a minute or something, either we die, that's a different story, but it should be in the same page. It should not start loading it from the start. What was happening earlier? So suppose we have disk 1 to disk 4 here. The memory was very small. So we have only, take an example, M1. I'm taking the best case, and then M2 for 3 people. So now Kexin does a transaction or just look something with this D2. M1 was free and he was able to go through it. So taking an example, use M1 to take something out of D2. In the same time, and all the guys are using the same DB. So you guys are working in the same company. In the same time, Minu tries the same thing to try from retrieve some information via M2. Via D5 to retrieve that Minu has used M2 what was already available. At the same time, Roja thought, okay, I will also do something with the D3. Some information is required. What will happen? I'm just asking, what are your thoughts? What will happen now? So basically, if we would have been in ABAP class, I would have explained what is work process and work area, but we did not to go into that detail. But there is something at wait time. So there'll be wait time. Rosa has to wait until some of the memory is free, and then she can use it. So that's called IO blockage. So input output blockage. Every company has this issue till now. Till HANA came into picture, every company had this issue. Slowly, chipset was, the memories prices were reduced, the chipset were better. Even in mobile, we are ideally using Snapdragon 856 or something, but earlier we were using different one. Or if you are using iPhone, we are into A14 Bionic chipset. Those chipsets are basically the memory utilization, and every chipset what we try to achieve as part of memory, we try to remove this input output blockage what is already there. So even different type, and now remove the names here, just replace it with names and replace the disk with the 128 and 256 GB of storage what you have. So different apps accessing the different memory area of the disk, and every area is highlighted by a pointer. So trying to access the different area has to wait. We'll have the lag time. You might see that okay, the app is taking so much of time to give the data back. So this was used to happen with either with mobile, either with bigger thing as company. But the crux of the information was same. We had this input output blockage. Now what has changed till now? Okay, so is it clear here? Input output blockage. If anyone asks, or I may ask that what's the input output blockage that we had, you guys will be able to explain this going forward. So now we have multi-core CPU and multi-core memory. So this can be filled as M1 to M5, and CPU is same CPU can be repeated into different. So earlier the laptops that we were using was Core 2 Duo, octa core and all. So now we have multi-core CPU and multi-parallel processing. That's the same thing that we see in every new laptop. So hope I can relate here. Now, how has SAP improved this? Is we are going to see from the stable. So that's the SAP has improved that even if K1 is using M1 to retrieve D1, R1 can use M1. So data is in D1, is data is there, which is our cold data, but the hot data is already in M1. So data is divided into category of hot, cold, and warm here in HANA. So that's called data partitioning. And it's more the data is into memory. So we have used the RAM memory as more, so that our more of the data resides in the in memory, and the retrieval we don't have to go to the disk every time. M1 can directly provide the data to R1 even if the part of the M1 is using to retrieve data from D1. Are we okay here? You should be knowing what's happening in the backend as well than to just develop. Developing wise, BW, okay, everyone will work on BPC in some time. So you need not to be expert in BW, but you should be knowing that what's happening in the backend of the DBMS. That we will define once we have the ADSO creation and all, right? In future, if it's part of the course. So take an example. I'm just giving an example. You work in HR department. Just take an example. So Kexin works in HR department where everyone, salary. Take an example of hot, warm, and cold data. Kexin works in HR department where salary information will be touched every time, day to day, when if you have to take leave or any LOP or LOA has to be taken. So this information of salary will be touched every few days, every month to give the salary to up to back to you. Warm data is your ratings that we receive at the month, year end or something. So this data will touch only while give you the next performance bonus or something like that. So this data is your rating. Cold data, for an example, is your native village. So this concept is more if you're not from the same city, if you reside in some other city. So this information will touch only in necessary. Suppose I have to move you from Seattle to Michigan. Then there comes a term as relocation. So is this a relocation? How will it come to know that okay, or just take an example as base location, then to native village. So what is your base? Okay, your base is Seattle, now you're going to Michigan. So this doesn't come very often. So this comes as cold data. So that's how the data is partitioned in SAP HANA so that we can use the in-memory utilization as easily. So why we do that? Because anyway, even if you go, RAM is costlier than the main ROM. You buy a hard disk of 2 terabyte and then you buy a RAM, what is there to be inserted, you'll have the cost difference, you'll get to know. So to achieve that, SAP asks us not to have everything in the warm layer. Have the data partition. This partition has to be done by the BW consultant or BPC who is going to be by himself. So while he creates those tables where he stores the data, this is the way the data will be partitioned, and SAP will recognize the same way to keep the data in memory or in disk. Create, so some of you might be aware of the term ADSO or DSO. Even if you have created it, you can partition it later as well. So suppose you created a data, initially it has only two columns, for example 200 columns, but slowly you increased it and it has now 2000 columns. So data volume has increased. Then there comes the picture that, okay, how much of the data is real I'm accessing every time, and how much of the data I'm just storing it for my analytical purposes. In ADSOs, yes, we have a limit, but that limit you will mostly not touch. Trust me, in exam, my experience, I have touched it only once or twice. Then we create a suppose you create sales for a particular ADSO, I mean a particular location. Then you have to divide it based on the organization, and you can create two separate databases. ADSO is just a table. So we'll go to that ADSO info object, but those are just tables. But uh, those things comes very late. I mean, the count is very high. I guess if it's, I think 1024 or something like that in the column. So those things we really reach out to, or at least when we go to that topic, I'll give you the exact count. Can you proceed here? And are we clear till here? What was the blockage? How we have achieved it? And what are the other techniques? This is called of partitioning. So there are other techniques as well. So that's how the data in HANA is able to retrieve or store faster. No, once you purchase something, so from SAP we have to purchase that, right? Licensing. So
Yeah.
they will or 2 TB of the 2 TB of storage or 100 TB of storage. So that when they give that, they have a default setting that this is the disk size completely, and the memory utilization out of it will be defined on their thing. And you have a team called SAP Basis who does this part more well. I mean, more instantly. Yeah, we don't go there, but that's the all depends on organization to organization and what is the licensing term or partner license what you have with SAP. So every partner, take an example, there are some 13,000 something partners with SAP. Every partner terms and condition is not same. So there are some key partners which have different the settings, others have different, but more or less those settings are done by SAP and between your basis team. Depending on the organizational need. So some organizations into logistics or some organization into complete sales. Take an example of Honda or MG for example, they will get to the sales data more. They will require more of in-memory data. Well, the storage will be more, but they'll be requiring to check data of names and everything from different locations multiple times a day. But someone at the inventory will store more data than to keep checking it all the time. So every licensing how we purchase with SAP, as far as I know. So you'll have a pre-sales conditions with SAP that they will be providing you assistance of something, and there'll be one guy who will be helping you to upgrade and everything. Any change like this, you can still do it. So that's all depends on the license agreement of what you have with SAP. But usually, yes, one SAP person will be already assigned and you will have a ticket in the forward. So if you guys are already doing so, you'll get one partner user ID and S user ID. You can move in. Even you can not need it by your basis. You can also create a ticket for SAP in a particular component, and they will do. They will assist you to do the changes.
Okay.
So every purchase will kind of this kind of warranty, okay, 10 years warranty or something like that with the upgrade. So till now, after that, 7.4 and 5 SAP is still providing the warranty support, but there was a 7.3 model or 3.x model. Those are not into warranty now. So till now, what we have done is we have defined what was data, what is DBMS, which can do crude operation, Then HANA is in-memory database. So we have different database type. That was RDBMS. HANA is different from them. And HANA is just not a database. It's the suite which provides the complete information of between the different SAP systems. So how will you purchase the HANA suites? Before HANA, BPC, S4 HANA, everything comes within embedded to that. So that's how SAP is presenting that, and how it is stored and retrieving is faster. I'll just explain now. So this is the main difference which we are going to explain you. So anyone will you say that I know HANA, native HANA or something? So they will ask you to, there is row versus column storage. Everything has an idea how it's going to work, what is row storage and what is a column storage. So this is two-way how we define, I mean, this is for our storage, but if you see how it is stored in database. So I'm just deleting this. So let's take an example, row storage. In database, you have single line storage. So everything will be stored in this fashion. This, I mean the transpose of the other. I'm just doing one by one. Now, how a column storage works. So I just asked C6. So now suppose I have to reach C3 here. I have to ideally go through till this one to reach to India. Okay. And this country, and take an example of your sales. I'm just putting it, don't take it otherwise. 10, 500, 300, 2,000, 20,000. Someone at the sales that we do analytics will be more interested in which org unit is making the highest sale. So with this table information, we can say that org unit HR is making the highest sale. From which country it is coming? It is country coming from the Japan side. And same way, if I have to just go through a total sales, I have to total it all the time. Now come to here, if I have to know what's the sale Nagendra has done, I have to go through this row completely, second row and the third row to go get the sales of Nagendra. So that was a delay of retrieving the information in the RDBMS we had till now. Now how we store data in column storage, the data is stored something like this. Now you may say that, okay, Shankar, when you say that how much Minu has done the sale, you still have to go through this way. But ideally, it's not the same way. It's just the way the data is stored. Now this total column will be again divided into, we have compression technique. So we understand that to purchase RAM is higher cost than room. Now suppose an enterprise like yours may have 2000 GB or 2000 TB of data. We cannot purchase RAM of that much, still very high costly. But 2000 GB or 2000 TB of your total data can be compressed to even 200 TB or something like that. So the factor is always 60% or something like that. That's the compression technique they use in native HANA or in HANA. That's the way the information is read faster. But let's see example that how the information is read faster. Even we are here to how it faster. So now pointer has to go see org unit the complete cells. It can directly go here and read it. We'll explain this in topics as well. That's how it is written as well. But understand that this is the change that has been done in native HANA. Makes sense here, the row versus column storage. Take an example, the row storage, you store data in terms of row wise. So the 10th row will be only written the 10th time. In column storage, the row 10th will come after the column. So if it is suppose the row 10th, so if I have to go here, D7 is not written at only after 7 are passed. It's written after the column. So column wise I am less D, so it's written on the 4th time itself. That's how data is stored in column and in rows. Now we'll explain this more into the examples what we have in one training LMS. But just I'm explaining with my thing that okay, this is how we store. So row storage, just the rows are written one after the other. Column storage, it is the columns which are written, not the rows. So we don't go into rows, we go into column. And what I guess Meenu suggested that we have for every column we have a vector. That's how the compression technique works, but we don't go into that deep. We'll explain how the reading is faster here. What is HANA modeling? So modeling was explained here that okay, we have data and even the tables. The data are stored in tables the same way columns are stored. So that way the tables are created, and you can model the data in a way that you want to analyze the data for the end user reporting. Okay, so this is the history of the data. So in mid 2000, the HANA 1.0 came in 2010. We are no more using that. We are using HANA 2.0. Even your all the servers are all on 2.0 because SAP is no longer giving warranty for HANA 1.0. So we have this many companies. This is, I guess, the less number when it's more. So this is the history wise. You can go through the history once, or if you want, I can just read it out for you. Just have a look here and let me know if anything is interesting to be known or anything which you don't understand. I'm not going deep dive into native HANA modeling wise because our end role is to get into BW and then to be PPC. But I'm more focused you to know the database what you will work on all the time, not just now for a very long time. This is will be the database. So 16 we got into SAP 2.0 and then the SAP before HANA came. So you guys when you use BPC you will be mostly using before HANA in some time. Okay, and now all SAP HANA has turned into 10 and still we are using HANA. I mean, what was SAP HANA in 2015 range is very much different what we have now. It has matured as any tool what happens, and the performance and everything is very fast. So SAP HANA is so it's real-time analytics. When we say real-time, because the more of the data is in memory, there is very, I mean, almost no time delay to retrieve the data directly. And even the real time, I say, so there was a picture earlier, if you guys remember. Yes. So other data sources kind of take an example from internet or Internet of Things IoT. Everything the data can come to HANA memory and via real-time application there are these things usually we do in connection wise API connections will be there, and someone at this point at the end user can see that what's the response in Twitter, what is coming for his new product launch. To get that, the real-time data can come here, and HANA memory can be used to create the reporting to see the reports here for that person. In any system when you work, you can see what's the system information you have. You can go to product versions, okay, and you're using DW4 2.213. So that's basically HANA 2.0 SP level 13. And if at all you have to see, you can see here. So BPC we are using 211, BPC 11.1, and before HANA on 2.2. Means before HANA is already 2.2. The same goes for SAP HANA. You can see the release of database is HDB and release is this 2.0 and this is something as package or something. We can install HANA in HANA Studio or Eclipse. Which is thing you guys are more comfortable? I guess Eclipse was the last time I got, right? It's more or less the same thing. Even if you go HANA Studio, when you try to install the updates and all what we get like modeling tools, that comes via Eclipse only. So slowly HANA Studio will feel like Eclipse is the better version. I mean, work-wise, you will feel like Eclipse, the working is better than working in HANA Studio. So we can go with anyone. We have both installed in our server. So if you go to our server, so when you say in memory, now you understand what's in memory. So more the data is in RAM, and that's the reason it's called in memory database, which is different from RDBMS or object oriented RDBMS, RDBS. So that's a difference what SAP HANA has. It's a review platform suited for real-time analytics. How it's real-time, I just said you. And the core of the real time is SAP HANA is fundamentally different in any other database engine because the way the data is stored. We have been storing the data row wise, now we are storing the data here in column wise. Okay. Increasingly need for this data to be recently performing in real time. Now, in the recent time, after the AI and everything came into market, we are more focused into real time data. When you launch a product, so take an example, as a manufacturing company, you launch a product. When you release your sales number of the quarter, you want to know in real time what's the response you are getting over internet, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, everywhere. So we are more focused into real time data. As a BW consultant, you guys will be doing planning wise. So in planning wise, BPC will have as something as plan, and then you will have something actual. So plan wise also you'll be doing the planning as well the actuals wise based on your value type and all you'll be doing the actuals data. So the actuals of the exact actual, so there's something that okay the actual comes into earlier what we had, so actual used to come into the ECA system and then we have to use the data provisioning technique to get into BW and then provide the report. But in recent time, the more real-time data we have, it's more important. So that's the crux of it, that we are more into real time, and everywhere you go, even just not this technology, in any technology, we are more focused into real time as long as we are doing the analysis. You will have the view. So suppose take an example in our Excel, we store the data into columns. Data is stored, but you want to create a more meaningful data out of it in a way that it suits your needs. Data is already there, but every time to fire a query, so suppose select from this table, then select from this table based on the left outer of the other table, you every end user will not be firing the query to database, right? So we create a view. So view is not a table, it's just the collection of the columns or rows what you want in a fashion and to see the data at the end. So you guys are aware that table the data is actually stored and view is more into what you want to see. So nothing changes in database. So even if you combine two table in database, the table are not combined. It's just in your view. View is more into your presentation than in actual database. So I had said that crude information. So view is the retrieving part of it. Okay, not the it's not a DDL function there where you can delete the data or manage the table. So it's more into retrieving the information than to delete or manage the data. Anytime you create a view, you are not doing anything with a table. It's just those columns what you require from that table in any fashion that okay you need the table records of suppose table 1 and 2 are there, you need two which are corresponding to one kind of left outer or inner join between the two tables so that view is created. So we never so in HANA we mostly create views to know the data. So the database itself is not touched. So we used to create attribute views. So attribute views is nothing uh, based on the master data. So take an example. I'm doing more into Excel side. Let just so that we are more clear on what we are speaking. Same example, imply org unit, or even we can take this one as example. No need to go to this. So this example, Kexin works for org unit as FI, sits in Seattle, makes a sales of 100. Now he might be doing for euro, he might be doing for dollar, and she might be doing for JPY, and these guys INR. This information and this information, there is a fundamental difference. Are you guys aware of this? Can take any guess? So it's pretty much simple how these two data are. So every data are of two types. Either it's a characteristics or it's a key figure. When we have a table, so table key figure is called fact table, and this comes as master data table. Every characteristics it's defined on how the so Kexin is the example, his org unit as FI and country as Seattle. These are the attributes which define Kexin characteristics. So to know Kexin, there might be a sub different Kexin sitting in some other country or sitting in some other org unit. But to know these are the, Kexin is the main characteristic, and these are the attributes which define the characteristics. And this is the sale unit is defined as the key figure or fact or quantifying, as Menu said, which defined as the quantifiable data of this characteristics completely. Okay. So in when it's come to the database tables also, we have the same way. So the tables are stored in the same way that these are master data tables, just the master data will be there, and the fact table where the fact table will be there, the actual quantified data. So when we create views, so earlier the fashion was, still now we go via that, but it has changed after a lot. So we used to create one attribute view of all the master data we need in a particular fashion. So suppose we need org unit, imply org unit in a fashion that okay, imply with only names starting from K, org unit only applying to finance or operations. This is a then we used to create a view table of so any table we can create from attribute that's created on employee and org unit, or any example you can give master data. So that's called an attribute view. When in that attribute view, you touch base on their sales or their salary or anything like that, which quantify that. So that comes a analytical view. Now in the third, on top of that, the calculation view we create. Excuse me. So calculation view is the only view which you can expose to outside HANA. So in BW, when you can define the view in native HANA and create a ADSO on top of that, but that ADSO can only interact with the calculation views. Even your Lumira and all what we saw earlier, so that can directly interact with the calculation view of yours. Okay. So this is an exposable view that you can expose outside. So in calculation views, we can create calculated columns. So based on the data of attribute analytical, we can create one more column. We can massage the data in a way that, okay, in our view, we have different calculations, or we can short it, we can give ranks to it. Everything is done in the calculation view itself. Now the fashion age, the recent days, not even recent days, from long after 2.2, we are not even creating these two. We are just creating calculation view 1 of master data, view 2 of analytical view plus master data, and the third one we're doing the actual calculation. But the ideal way is this one. But even you can just create all three as calculation views and don't do any calculation till the third one. We are just creating the view now, and we have the data itself in the application layer. As I told, right, in memory, the data itself is there in the application layer. That's the code push down technology. And suppose we want to do some changes directly in the database, we can use this view to push down our code directly into table. That's called the push down technology, what SAP HANA gives us, which was not there earlier. So in any DBMS, even if you use pick You guys are aware of SSMS? Earlier for Informatica and all, we used to have SSMS to create work on MS SQL. But that function was not there even in SSMS. You have to create a separate table, then do the changes over there. So that uses to redundant data was moved. But in HANA, we have the redundancy not present. That's one of the attribute of native, HANA. Attribute view, the same one, used to join the dimensional table. Dimensions are the same. We have dimensions and fact. One dimension, it comprises of characteristics of one type. Another dimension can be of different type. Are you aware of this star schema, standard star schema? Take an example, dimension. The data, the characteristics are clubbed into different dimensions, into, and it's very much important how we explain our dimensions. Okay, so there is a fact table as well, and dimensions are all around that. I'm just not typing. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 in a similar fashion. Okay. N is to N is big no. So N is to N relation is, I'll explain. Now tell me a customer can buy from same org unit or different org unit, right? Same customer can travel, but he can buy from multiple org units. Yes, org units define the customer. Correct. So org unit is basically which is giving the attribute to that customer. Okay. So that one is to, so if I say customer and this is org unit, so they have one is to N relationship. So they will stay together. Can some of you give me an example of N is to N relationship? So later you found out, okay, now you have company code also. So customer should not be clubbed to org unit. I can keep dimension for organization as different. So we can have one organization, then it can define to one company code. Okay, and then it can be from different division and division of the sales office, what you say. A customer can still be part of one division, can still be part of other divisions. So again, one to one customer can be a multiple company code, but we try to keep the similar. So main characteristic is the organization. This company code or company code is the main one. Organization, everything comes as the attribute of it. Same way, a reason can be one. Okay, sales district can be one. Now, in a one reason, there can be multiple orgs. One org can need to fall into, and one company code can fall into two reasons as well. Okay, so most of the time for a big city, they define like divert into two reasons. So we'll never have company code and reason together. Same way, if you take an example, you can have material, you can have a material group. The customer can buy multiple materials, multiple material group, but multiple and material and customer should never be part of it. Okay, now you have suppose a color of the material. So material color can only be part of the material group, not the customer group. Even if the customer buys that color, then we should not club that. So that's the point of defining the dimension. So what we usually do, we create attribute views of this dimension. Then we create one analytical view of dimension per fact table, and any calculations that we have to do on top of it will be done on the calculation view. So just take an example, n is to n is a big no. You can still create. While you create, you will not get an error or something like that. But once you are using that to fire queries or retrieve the data to analyze the data and the end reporting. So you guys have used Lumira, SAC, which of the tool you guys have used earlier? So even if you use MS Excel, so once you try to retrieve the information of n is to n, we will get the error. I can show you, I cannot show you the error exactly. but I'll try to get the error screenshot next time. And as when you go back to SAP and ask, SAP will say you that how you have modeled is wrong. So this is basically extended star, this star schema. Extended star schema will go later when we go more into dimension and all. So this is star schema. These are basically star one surrounded by this. And in fact, you can have build quantity, gross weight, anything like that. You can just name and that's how the fact table will be. Okay. So similar characteristics are put down together. And same way, you can have an attribute view of timed and all derived standard, same way. But we are not going to create these things. It's just for our understanding. We can, in calculation, we could use join operation, union operation, aggregations, as I told. We can even rank it, short it. So these are the rank. So when you create attribute view, I said attributes view will create based on the dimensions or master data dimension. So you can have a standard directly table rows you have. Some of the rows you have to define it, derive it from other table as well, or derive based on the two table conditions. So customer falling on sales district 1 should be called key customers. So there is a term called key customers that you do. So suppose your company makes Coca-Cola and Coca-Cola goes to each country and each unit, but very far off, outskirt, still sells Coca-Cola, but doesn't directly interact with Coca-Cola company. It interacts with the key customer which is there in that city particularly. Okay, so those are the key customers. So any customer falling on that range, so that derivations and all you can derive as attribute views, and even you can define that. Okay, these are the derivations. And time dimensions you can add, then it's called timed one. Take an example. You created one attribute view of one. So you have to create at the end this type of data. Okay. You created one attribute view where finance side I have less example now. I have to go through that to get more into the finance term. You created one attribute view based on these three. Now, so this is standard. Now comes the derived one. Okay. So you created attribute view. We're not directly getting from the table. So material table will have this information. We're not getting from the table itself. You have to create something, derive it out of those calculations. So from material table, you get material. You say this material is SKU. What is SKU? That's a finished product. So this laptop, what we are working on, this is also one material, but the screen of it is also sold separately. Take an example, your mobile. So you can when you purchase mobile, you at times you get charger as well with that. But charger is also sold separately. So those units which are separately, you can say that it's a finished good or SKU. So to reach that, you have to define a condition on that. So that's called derived column on that. So called SKU 1, 2, 3. Clear here or no? So that's a derivation based on the table what you are touching. With that information only you are getting that this new information. We are deriving a new column to be used in other calculation views. So this new column. So view is basically nothing. The table is not touched. So you have a material table. Material table you have. And from here, 5 columns are there. Just take an example. 1 to 5. And you are taking this 3 columns out of here. 3 columns out of here in your main attribute view, and you are deriving a 4th column based on the condition of the 1 and 2. Remember, in attribute view, we do only changes in the attribute side of it, master data. We are not touching the fact table. Fact table changes we do mostly on the analytical or the calculation part of the view. HANA views are basically defined in a way that first you create attribute view, then you create the analytical view, and then you create your calculation view. Okay. So what SAP suggests, all the master data changes, one-to-one table, and everything you get here. This is your base. So usually when you create this all and you see the report, you suppose you connect Lumira with this, and calculation view is mapped to a Lumira or SAC. You feel the data is not correct. So you have to go down from top to here to check everything, right? So what SAP suggests, you do your all the calculations here. In analytical, you combine this attribute and fact table and you do the calculation. So what you said about the fact table calculation has to be done here. Attribute view, these are the types of attribute view. Those are basically named. Even in real life, we don't say that, okay, this is a standard or this is derived or something. Yes, we just work on attribute views. If I have to be very specific, attribute view, we do all to one mapping. We don't do any data changes or getting new column mostly here. It's all based on your mm, specifications. But what SAP says, have one-to-one mapping here, so that once you connect to the source, so somewhere you will have the source table, right? So what SAP says, it will be easy for you to keep one-to-one mapping here and check the data what you are getting in the first stage is correct. In the second stage, have the fact table, fact plus the attribute view with changes. So whatever view, in attribute view, whatever the changes you wanted. So those billing information and let's suppose someone is using a billing. So you are selling with the finance side and you are selling to a country Seattle. So some of the customers, if they are might be your like long time customers, right? So based on the customer time, so every customer will be associated, so they will get something as in I mean in the sales office from these many times. So you will create one discount offer. So that discounted column you can have it here, and all those calculations on that discounted you do over here. So same goes for analytic calculation views. It's used to consume. So calculation views consume the analytical and attribute views and even other calculation views. So suppose you have so much of calculation that you feel that doing in one calculation view can create so much of mess. So you create calculation view one and consume this one in other calculation views. So that also can be done. Just take an example how you define your house. So at the end report, you will be knowing that what you want to achieve. To achieve that, you have the source table, and this is the SAP way that has SAP defined. But you want to do in one calculation view, in another calculation view. So what I usually do, I'll tell you, I create one-to-one copy of attributes from the table in attribute view. The fact plus attribute view with changes I do in calculation views. Then series of calculations, still one type of dimension I do calculation one. Other dimension changes I do in calculation 2, 3, 4 subsequently. And the last calculation view, I just combine all and consume all. And the last one, I keep it as it is as required that I have to consume so that I mean, the top layer is my without any disturbance. So the data, just the rankings or anything is sorting is there. So that I do over there. So all this aggregation and ranking I do at the last calculation view, and calculation views I define based on the dimensions. So any changes in suppose material and all I do over here. And if I feel at all that these are also easy calculation, I can add over here. But every time you create a report or any kind of view that you create a model, so these are the models what you create, it's just not for you. This will be keep on getting added. New people will come in into a company, they will add more things into it. You will have one or the other flows getting added into it. So we should define in a way that debugging. So anything that comes error, debugging is easier. So if you define in different calculation view based on the different dimension, so what happens when the next person, so not from suppose your FI unit, I join your company and I'm not just from very much FI background, to going and finding where the error came into picture in our modeling, it is easy for us to understand. So suppose I don't know any changes in the material side, if I have to create some changes with the material plus the fact table, I have to create some discount, give the discounted number. I create in dimension one. The car two, any changes in the org side, I do in the core two. Same way, because it's not the storing of the data I'm doing. If I am just storing the data in this way, then it's problem. But these are just our any changes. It's more of presence. Whenever we create something in SAP, the more focus it should be that in a given time you'll get errors into that model some or the other time. What you have thought now change, the scenario will be changed, and the other person who is going to debug that or going to find the error should not be spending so much time that he feels that he should be creating a new model altogether. So your model should be robust enough and simple enough. So the tagline of SAP, if you go, it's the simple is the solution is the tagline of SAP. So SAP has done most of the things. We have to just make it simple and use it for a very long time. Simple is the solution, and that's how we go. So see the scenario panel in when you can do join, you can do union. So I guess you guys are aware of the term as join. You can have the left outer and right outer join. Table one. These are the not the numbers. These are just the keys, or you can even say I have to give finance example. Now, if I do left out, okay, first there is the inner join. So there are join type as inner, left outer, and right outer. Are you aware of this term? And what's the inner join of table 1 and 2? So these are the keys here. It has only one column, and this is the so 1 to 2 inner join. What's the output? So I should guess if I've defined two column, I'll get 2 and x. Gives the left operand completely plus the corresponding matches on the right operand. Okay, so these are the keys of the left operand. These are the keys of the right operand and the matches one. So if we have two columns, it will give the left one completely and the right one matches. So can you tell me, try to tell me what will be the output? It gives the left one completely and the matching of the right one. This is how the table will be 1, 2, 3, 2x. Okay, if I do the right outer join, Nagendra, what will be the outcome if we do right outer join? So right operand will come completely and the corresponding matches on the, it will be just this table because this table doesn't have any data field. So this table will come completely. And as we didn't have anything as the corresponding matches of 2, suppose it has ABC here, then it would have came to ABC, key to key matching and the other one. Sorry, should have been 2ABC. So that's how the join works, but we'll be not more that much interested in doing the joining side. So we do union, then we give both the table. We do aggregations as well, do projections on one table. Projection is like we are consuming one calculation view into another calculation view. The other calculation will be the first calculation will be the projected into the second calculation view. Projection view is like consuming the attribute view in the analytical view. So how we create? We create attribute, the analytical and projection calculation. So projection view for projection here can be the analytical view we just created. So that can be used there. Even if you want to use calculation view 2 in calculation view 1, so the projection will be calculation view 1. Like whatever you are projecting in your calculation view, if you are using just the analytical view, so projection is analytical view. If you are using some other calculation view, the projection is calculation view. So calculation view can be created based on analytical view, based on other calculation view, based on even attribute views. So calculation views can be created on based on anything. Nowadays, we are not at all creating this attribute views and calculation analytical views. What we are doing is we are creating multiple calculation views. So first ones are the simple ones, second one we are just giving the simple calculation based on dimension, and third is the last changes or the last calculations that we are going to do. It's just your model, because as we are not touching the database, we can create as is how we want to be. But it's just like it should be robust enough to accommodate changes, accommodate data, more of the data, or the changes in the, like, every organization will do some changes, right? The scenarios what you have in finance now will not be there as soon as the next budget comes, right? So that's the way it should be robust enough. That's it. Queries or Lumira, everything can be like calculation views only can be exported, not the other ones. Yes, see, I mean, some of them still create as how they were creating, but if at all I want to, I don't go and create others. I just create multiple calculation views. HANA side I'll not be giving you example because this will be more of them like not used for you. When we go into BW, yes, I'll make all of you to create. HANA side, I don't feel it relevant to create calculation views and all to check. Just for of your understanding, we are going on the first lecture to explain the database. So once we go into BW, once we are more comfortable with BW reporting and all, then we'll come back to this one. Okay. Going forward, what is a catalog? So have any of you used the BI content? Suppose you are creating a model, okay, or any date like complete model. I don't know how to explain in other terms, but when you try to create, so the technology which you work on, or if you guys have used Git, it will already have almost similar lines. So finance side, it would have auto views which you can just activate and then change it as per your need. In our BW mostly, but in others called prepackaged software. So suppose you are creating for banking, you'll have similar setup already there. You just have to activate the complete flow and then change which are not required for you, or create new if whatever you want to be. Yeah, whichever you want, which are the characteristics you want, which are the attributes you want, which are the attributes you want to be renamed. So that's what catalog schema is. We never use catalog schema, that I also can tell in HANA, because we directly use the tables, but that's what the catalog schema is all about. So you have star schema, you have snowflake schema, you have galaxy schema, and those schemas will be auto available. You just have to activate and start using it. Star schema is in, see, I'll show you here. We can see that. This is our BW system. So if you go to RSA1, so here's the BI content directly. And if you want to activate or do something, you can directly do in this BI content itself. So B for HANA content, I'm not very sure in this. So how much they would have given in these demo systems, but you will find it everything, technical content of data protection and all. I mean, business wise scenarios, business name will be given, and whatever business you want to, you can just, so this one performance rating is already there. And if you want to activate and use it, you can just install it. Objects for collection, install it. Collection mode will be there. So you can manual collection, automatic display. You want to have hierarchy as list, and grouping will be necessary objects or the complete data flow, and you will get it installed all. Same works for HANA side as well. But in BI at least we use it, but HANA we never use it. No, data collection means to, so when we go to TR side, so data has to be collected here, then to be transported into between different system. So what we usually do here in SAP side, so you have a dev system, you have a QA system, then you have a prod system. Okay, so whatever you develop here needs to be transported into QA and production. Okay, and the collection basically means to collect it in a transport request called TR, and then which in future can be moved into different systems. Okay. In many companies, even you have more. First one is called SIT, then you have called the QA, called the UAT system, and prod 1 and prod 2. One way to find in all the real world scenarios. So I'll explain you briefly this one as well. These are actually more or less not very much useful as per the course content, but will be useful for you to understand that how SAP works. Okay. So that's how basically systems are there in most of the even in my experience, I have not used BI content activation directly because we usually try to create every organization what SAP gives, it's very generic one. Okay, so if you are into medical center, they will give very generic of medicine wise, but you will have different scenario. You will have a different naming convention. You want your objects or table to be named in a different fashion. So those way it's different. So we never use it, but it's good to know that where it is. And you can see SAP HANA Live Connection. It provides delivered content from calculation view or for real-time operation. Calculation view span across the majority of ECC. It can calculate, can take data from FI, CO, MMH, material master, people, product management, SD, sales, same way. GRC, some of you might be know, is the whenever we create something, it should be compatible or kind of thing with GRC. So GRC is the norms one here in every company that have. So whenever you create name, so suppose some of the names what you cannot uh, anything you can create new in SAP starts with Z or G for example, but some of the things might not be as per GRC rules, so you cannot name that. So you cannot have a object called G or your company name. So those things you have to follow. So those guidelines will be given to you from your whenever you get into any project or something. So this is the same way SQL view it has explained. What I have just said, it can consume an analytical attribute and other calculation views. SQL views, we can also write direct SQL statement instead of doing the left outer, right outer graphically. We can write the uh, complete statement in SQL and you will have the same format. But for any newbie into SAP HANA, they should use the graphical editor so that they get to know that what they are doing. Once you are pro into that, you can use AMDP to get into SQL editor. More into SAP data. So one data lake is there, and SAP can take data from IoTs, data storms, non-SAP, SAP application, in memory is there, and then you have SAC Cloud, which you guys will be using for very much sure. You have business application, you have mobile apps, and this the data sphere. So our BW is going to be data sphere. Okay, so BW on 7.HANA 5 we are learning. It is before HANA now, and we are moving into data sphere, which is before HANA on cloud. Those are different content, but yes, in a span of few years, we'll get into there. But don't worry about that. That's the innovations of SAP. Okay, are these innovations not good? So these are the HANA details, but these are innovations. Though these are more into explaining that okay, what has came. Now come to our more second layer, and we are more interested here in. So if you remember, in one time we said like okay, I'll explain you later that how the column storage is better than the row storage, right? The columnar data storage in columnar memory is row-oriented. Table can be represented in row order and column order. In row-oriented, table stores a sequence of records. In column order, the entire columns are stored contiguous, contain different memory locations. Okay. Now take this example. So if we have a country, you have a product, you have sales. So this is the row one that's stored in row storage. How the data is stored first, the row one, row 2, row 3, row 5. Column storage, as I explained, first the column completely, second column, third column. Yes, and this is the most important part in SAP HANA. Anyone ask you SAP HANA, they'll be more interested that you know this concept or not. And every time when you use some other database, you'll get to know that okay, that's the reason SAP HANA is very faster. With column data, operations on single column such as searching, aggregation can be implemented in loop in any array storage and contiguous memory location. So now suppose this column, as I told, we use multi-processor and multi-CEO, right? A CPU. So these column operations can be done separate from this column. So suppose I want sales figure, I want to sell add the sales of those two countries. together, I need not to wait for other rows. I can just work on these columns in one view I can create and use it as many times I want without disturbing the complete table. Agree? Because I store here is a different way. So suppose country is stored in a country location, product is stored in a product location, and sales is stored in a sales location. Now, if I want to do some data calculation based on sales data or product data or country data, I need not to touch this complete sales data what I have. I can just do all my play with, and we have suppose different CPUs with different memory, and different CPU at the same time can interact with different data, and that's way our retrieving the analysis of the data is faster in column storage than the row storage. uh, that's how we define, that's the reason this HANA, when it came to picture, it became a market hit because the way they are storing the data. And if you remember what Meenu said at the start, we have something, even if this country is not stored in this way, this country will have the number. US will never be written two times. With the data redundancy will be removed and have only one country. Okay, and every column will have given a vector ID that's called compression here in HANA. And same way how relations used to work in RDBMS, same way the relation will be worked whenever you are searching between those two. We'll use those IDs, which we will explain when we are creating this dim ID and all. I'll explain you that. And every time when you read, that becomes faster. And the only thing which is very faster in HANA is retrieving the data. Reading the data has become very faster after coming. I have used 7.3 and it was way slower in row storage than what we have in column storage now. And that's how it is compressed. So if you take an example, here it shows that it's written this way, but in ideal condition, US will be one time, JP UK, beta, alpha won't be repeated. So it will just become beta and alpha product.
Okay.
So that when you write directly in the memory where it's written, so if you know that how we used to write in our floppy disk, and also when we used to write here in the magnetic disk, it takes less space. Okay, and that's how this complete what is stored like hundreds of TBs of data becomes 300 to 400 MB of data. That's how the compression technique works. So it's the same way we compress a PDF file or something. It just compress the data, it remove the duplicate and create the vector IDs just to retrieve the same way the relation database works. Parallel processing is same, that the same time a same CPU can connect to the different CPUs can connect to sales, and same way a same CPU can connect to country as well as sale. So that's the parallel processing octa-core that we have got. Okay, it's just explained here. So with columnar data operations on single column, such as searching, aggregation can be implemented as loops over an array stored in contiguous memory location, which is not this memory location. So multiple CPUs can interact into multiple columns, and even same CPU can contract to multiple columns. Okay, such operations as a highly spatial location can effectively be used as CPU cache memory. That's the in-memory we were speaking about. That HANA is an in-memory database, so it works usually in the cache memory or the RAM. With the row-oriented storage, the same operation would be much slower because the data of the same column is distributed across memory, and the CPU is slowed by cache misses. So every time CPU has to go till here to reach it here, like 450. But here it's not the case. Compressed data is loaded into CPU cache faster. It doesn't explain that how it's compressed, but as I explained, the duplicacy is removed, and the delta merge or what I just explained, the vector thing is done. Now take an example, core 1 and core 2, two places. Column A is there, B is there, column C is there, core 3, 4. So we have 4 core CPUs. Same way is processed by 1. This also, as I told, this can be processed by 3 as well. Same core can process 1, A, B, C at the same time. So that's the multi-core processing what we have got. Now it has simplified the application, but traditional business application often used materialized aggregates to increase the performance. So earlier we used to have aggregators installed from outside the system in our SAP just to improve our performance of the queries what we create. So we have huge data in our organization. So to improve the query performance, so in 2000 with SAP 7.0, we have aggregates that has to be installed separately, but we don't need now. So that has affected in two ways that you don't have to share your data with other companies. So suppose you guys working in finance, you don't want your finance things to be known to every other company. So whenever someone will install an aggregator, they will have the control of the data of you. So at least they will know what's the data, how much is the volume. But as you are not installing any third party app, the safety is there, the first more thing. Second thing is the cost effectiveness is there, as you are not touching the cost there. Uh, so those things have been easy. Read operations of the data are verified. Scan speed of several gigabyte per second is there. Earlier it was very less. So calculate aggregates on large amount of data on the fly performance. So suppose now here I want to do the aggregation. I did not to go through a complete table. I can just do aggregates on the sales or the fact table what we create. So this is the architecture. But now suppose in same HANA database also, for every system, suppose for B4 HANA, you will be given additional memories just to store the data. So BW is more into analytical where you take decisions based on the past. So there in S4 you will have the only the current data called OLTP data. In
Yeah.
BW you will have data of several years stored decisions based on the priors what has happened. Okay, based on your org unit and what you work, you cannot. What I say, even you cannot see that data. You will have those partitions and everything enabled based on. So the rules and everything will be provided based on your user ID. Every person cannot see every person's data. Even earlier, till now, you used to have something as transient provider, which directly used to create report based on the S4 data. Same way, what you used to create reports on the BW side, same way the transient provider used to create reports. So it's the same. You can create, yes. You guys know how to create CDS, right? So earlier, suppose this is your HANA system now. So we have used to have separate BW system, separate HANA system, and we used to have a transient provided between these two, where you can use the ready data to create a report based on transient provider. So this was their database architecture of HANA database. So you have something as index server. So where you give the index name of all the columns that we used to call vectors. Then there is something as preprocessor server. So whenever you fire a query and everything, it's done on preprocessor directly. Name server is where your actual and so this is your HANA agent and HANA repository. Your data comes via this one, okay, from down to up, bottom to up approach. And they have explained everything. Yes, they have explained. Yes, we can directly go here. So index server, you can see. So there is something that how many of you are aware of the term metadata? It's the same thing which define the data. So same way attribute gives meaning to the characteristic. The same way metadata is more into defining your data kind of cache. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary benefit of running SAP BW 7.5 on the SAP HANA platform? Option A, faster data processing and reporting. Option B, improved data warehousing capabilities. Option C, reduced hardware requirements. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Ready to dive into the world of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA? Our course is your ticket to mastering supply management. take it at your own pace, right here on our platform. In this course, you will unlock the power of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning, from ensuring we have got enough supplies to get them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced strategies, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff inside out. Meet your teachers, seasoned pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and answer any questions you might have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, they have found immense value in what we offer. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP BW 7.5 on HANA skills? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So it's mostly more of them as theory. Before we progress, this is the compliance statement. Have a look on this one. Now come to the architecture of HANA. So it's in-memory data platform and can be deployed on-premise or on cloud as well. But how is the architecture is there? So you guys might be aware that any database is just a magnetic chip and the data is written and on magnets. That's how from floppy disk till this one HANA we are using the same one. But how the multi-core CPU runs and everything, let's come to this column storage database. We have already discussed that the software part, these things. But come to the main architecture. Yes, this is the HANA architecture. But before we go, I have tried clearing the doubt of host. Host is the physical machine where we keep the data. So once you are doing the UI here, you will have the host. Node is where the installation of HANA index server happens. So when we go to the HANA, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 8 things are there. These are the 8 servers. But most important of them is the index server. So host is where the node is where the installation of index server is there. And HANA Studio, what we were using was a tool to access HANA system. That's it. It's nothing more. It's just a tool. You can either access any tool. There are other tools also you can access the HANA system. So we need not to have this tool. Even from SAP GUI, which you guys are already using, I guess, you can access the HANA system by the transaction DB02 as well. You can try today if you want to. We have host types and tenant types as well. So we have, but those are not scope. Now tell me, suppose you guys are also having a company, your company installed a server of database today in 2024, and within 10 years from now, you feel like your database is running out of memory or it's very slow. What can be the approach of your guys? Anyone? It's not here, but I'm just giving you. So HANA system works on two ideas that we do: scale up architecture or scale down. Scale up is increase the size of one physical memory by increasing the RAM. So if you guys are more into gaming and all, if your game doesn't work well, we install one more RAM by opening the laptop or excuse me anywhere where you're playing the game. That's how the one physical location works. Scale down is not making the database down, is mostly like distributing the server. Now if you feel your one of the server is very getting highly on demand and there is huge volume on that, you try to have one more server directly where one server is already working. You copy the data and start using that one. So you have multiple servers, and that is the one of the way. So most of the companies go by that way. That if I go to Excel, so if you are using the HANA DB1 today, and if you feel it's high time that we have to switch. So all the users already be connecting on this one. So you can connect via this one, and you can again create one more server called HANA DB2, can go for HANA DB3 and copy the data. So suppose this server is called of 112 TB. You can have this server as 25 TB. Copy the data. So 12 TB out of 12 TB, there'll be always like 8 TB maximum how our computer works. So 8 TB will be copied, and user will then start switching from this server to other server as well. So that's called a cluster architecture, how most of the companies in HANA work. So we have multiple server, and if you guys have worked into operations or one, there is a term called DR management, disaster recovery. There we switch the servers and check if both of our servers are working. Have you heard the term disaster recovery? So at that time, they just switch the server. So if you are working in Azure West, then they go to Azure North and check if everything is working fine, and then come back. That's called the fallback system and all. And that's what the cluster architecture means. So now you know what you are actually doing. So you will have instance 00 here and 00 here as well. Physical memory will be more. That's it. You just increase as per your demand. Yeah, and you will have NGDT, when near zero downtime. Near zero. You'll have downtime,
Yeah,
but it will be mostly near zero. And
yeah,
when I
this
say
is
near zero, it's not near zero, it's something like 4 hours or 8 hours. But that doesn't affect business when we do on the some of the non-working days. When suppose you take part in that, so you'll check all your jobs which are running on HANA database 1, are they running on HANA database 2? Are you able to use the same transaction? Are you able to post one FB03 you told me to open, right? Are you able to post a document? Are you able to post some transactions? If that transactions what you posted on server 1 is visible on server 2, those kind of stuffs. But that's is one very important activity. If at all you guys get a chance, try to be part of that one time at least. Those are the nodes. I mean, node is where the index server is there. So host is where when a physical location is there. I mean, you will have the host, and inside that you will have the nodes installed. So we will be mostly interested in host. So if you see the where is the host, where is the new host installed and everything, host will have the node installed. So node is CPU, a memory and a storage, and the physical machine is the host. So in one big physical machine, you can have multiple CPUs, right? That's the multi CPU, multi core concept of HANA. Or any even in your laptops you have octa core or something like that. In one host you will have many index servers, and one of the index server is called one node. Okay, and I'll explain you what is the index server now. Be very careful of what we are going through now. This architecture, you will not use it daily, so you might forget it, but this is important. So there are preprocessor server, name server. I almost know. I'm just not seeing that to see that if I remember or not. I just miss. You guys have to access. It's called engine actually. It's not server. It's engine mostly. So you guys might be aware of the term HANA XSA. Have you heard of the term? This one. This is also one module. So these guys use this access engine more. But even I don't know that. We are not very much interested on what happened in all of them, but we just want to know each. But we will be very much interested in what happens in the index server. So this is the core of your HANA architecture. So your HANA architecture, as I said, it's multi-core and multi-server based. So these are the multiple servers what you have, and we already know that inside one host we can have multiple CPUs that called multi-core. We know that our HANA is multi-core architecture. So how it's multi-core? Inside one host, you will have multiple CPUs. That's called nodes. So that's how it's multi-core. And you see there are inside one you will have these many servers already there. So it's multi-core and multi-server. That's how it works. So index server is where all your operations in HANA, like whatever you do in on HANA UI, execute a data module, create a calculation view, create an analytical, or do a join calculation, or anything what you do is performed here. So if I just remove this index server, you'll not be able to do any of the work that you guys or any developer or any is going to do on HANA. So even on small operation, what you are going to do on HANA Studio, which is just a tool to access HANA, you'll not be able to do if you don't have this index server. So there is something as preprocessor server. So preprocessor server is text search or finding etc. in HANA. So once if you create a data flow or something like that, if you just want to create a text search, that will be done via here. So text search option is done here. Name server is one holds the metadata information. So how many of you guys are aware of the concept called pointer in memory? So name server is where your metadata information is stored. When I say that, so which basically means location, where in which location data is present in the index server. So when you do something, all the operations, data will be moving in the index server, right? You're doing some operations, you hit table one, table two, do the join, get some data, and then keep it. You'll not store it, but you will keep it, right? So that volatile data is present in which server, which location, where that's present in the name server. But we usually don't use it. This is more of the base system, but we just want to know it. This one, as the name states, collects all the statistics. So what you did, what time you logged out, what time you log in, when you executed and report, how much time it took to come to data, how many columns you used, which columns you used, and then remove. All the statistics were covered, will be covered or stored in the statistics server. Access engine is the web engine. Okay, so when we want to access data via HTTP, if you hope I remember that HANA can connect to the Twitter and everything, get the real-time data. When we use that, we use Access Engine. Earlier, this was called API. We still have the APIs for SAP, but this is the one we use now, Access Engine. When you start the HANA again, so this server should come in a proper order, and with the booting time, your when you boot away some, there will be some systems will some application which will be on during the runtime and all start time. So those things will be taken care of as HANA start services. There is called daemon services. Start in proper format. What happens at times, even you do several restart, your HANA will not work properly. So what happens? So suppose preprocessors and these things come, an index server is not yet active. We'll try to do some activity and it won't work. Suppose this everything is active and name server is not active or preprocessor server is not active. So what happens when you do try to do search, you'll get some error message. So that's where the daemon has problem. It's not able to restart the services in a proper format. Compile is one compiling codes when we're doing any compiling, as the name suggests, right? Any operation you'll go via index server. Then it will pass on that from where, which server you are fetching the information. Although we'll not have the access to fetch that things from static servers, but we can still see in the static server what data is stored. Name server works only during the runtime, where data is flowing. Statics is where all your log will be saved. It won't have to go to name server. So now let's see how they have given us over here. They must follow the module as well. So the names are a little bit different, but mostly they mean the same thing. Okay, so let's go how to say. Index server is the main database server. It's the main HANA component. It contains the actual stores of engine, index, process, incoming, actual, or ambiguous statement. Yes, it's just meaning the same thing. Very small language. Now we'll go through the main index server. So this is how your index server is. Again, one server is also broken into this. As index server is more important to us, we'll just go through this one. We have the same type of thing for other servers as well, but we usually don't go there. Now, anyone want to take this? It's almost self-explanatory, but anyone want to understand by just seeing it? Like I'm just asking that, is it giving you thoughts that whatever we spoke of, or the index server is totally different looking for what we spoke? Okay, so let's start with how index server works. I'm not eating it. Yes. So table 3, and then you have suppose view 1, view 2, view 3. So suppose view 1 is based on table 1 and 2. View 2 is based on table 1 and table 3. Your view 3 is based on just table 3. Here is your end user trying to get this data from different views. Okay, he just logged in and he thought, okay, let me check the sales report or your finance report at where we are. And these are the different finance views. Let's call him the financial controller. He executes the view. Now tell me one thing. Are these views 1, 2, 3 actually storing the data? So this is called actual memory. Here the memory is actually used. What are these called? These are all called your, okay. So they don't have the data, they don't store the data. So anytime the financial controllers tries to access the financial view 1, it will again go back down, will go to the database, fetch the data from table 1 and 2 based on the condition you would have defined in the view, and then give to this guy. When you see the application, we used to call as R3 architecture. It is still there. This is architecture wise. Whatever we are doing in the application layer itself. This is the application layer where the data is okay, and in the database. But what used to happen? What's the difference between Oracle and HANA? Here you'll have to define some tables in the application layer itself, which used to get filled during the runtime. Okay, but in HANA you don't have to do that. So all your tables you can directly use. So every table, so suppose table 1, you create an attribute view of table 1 and can use directly the table attribute view. You don't have to take the 5 fields of the table and define in one kind of internal table. And internal table is also, but I mean, you'll get to know if I go to the code part, but they both basically mean the same. Here the data is stored. But what happens in HANA, we have the code push down mechanism. In BBC, you can directly go down and change the content of the table as well, which was not present earlier. Okay, so push down mechanism of the code from top to bottom came just now. That's called code pushdown. So you're directly accessing the database. Here you should have the application layer. It will be filled with application tables and you will access this one. The database movement was less, but now for every small thing, it will just go to a hit a database table itself. Even if you give the 5 records, it will go and fetch. But ideally, it means the same thing. It's the same, but earlier we used to store the data in application layer as well. Have some tail, and we don't use to touch the database every time. But
Correct.
now for every small thing will go to the database. But earlier the database was on ROM. This was on ROM. But now
Okay.
this complete is on RAM. So suppose financial controller runs a report. Suppose report 3 over here, it will go and get the data from table 1. That's what is happening overall, right? For any operation, what that controller is doing. What is the first thing that is going to happen? Will it be allowed to go to index server? So it will first be authenticated. So you see the authentication here, connection and session management will be there. As soon as the connection is missed, first the authentication will be there that okay, this guy has access to do the connection. Okay, connection done. Now he executes something. Come down. So before authentication, there is something more over here which is not there. So it will do the authorization. So one is authentication, second is authorization. It will be bifurcated into two. So you might have authentication to log into system, but do you have authorization to see the sales data for all the company codes? You get my point, right? So a person like Gexin might have authorization to go to the system A4H that we have now. But does Gexin has the authorization to see the complete data sets for all the company code, or does he has the access to only limited company code? If he has the access of only limited company codes, and suppose he has the access of 001, and when he tries the report for 002, it will throw the authorization error for him, not the authentication error. Got my point? So authentication, authorization are two parts. Now here connection assessment management happen, authentication you guys understood. Now come to this one, SQL, calculation engine, SQL script, and DS and planning engine. SQL processor is like whenever you are running anything, you will have SQL in background. Even if you create a view via graphics, it will have SQL in the backend. So that will run via SQL. So that is the processor. Any calculations that you are going to do in the calculation engine, it is going to happen. Same is going to SQL script. You write SQL script, it is going to run by that. Now MDX is something when you create your calculation view. So suppose this view what you have already created is now connected to one SAC and financial and controller is checking by SAC. So what SAC is passing, trying to fetch data from the view. So those multi-dimensional reports will be executed in MDX engine. Once it goes past this engine, that processing control, it will come. So okay, so all the tables are not stored here in column storage. Some of the tables are still in row storage. So it will check whether your tables are in row or column. So accordingly, one of the other will be active. Now sessions, everything related to your session, this session, what your data is to and fro, will be stored here, and this transactional manager, and this will already check that whatever you are checking the data. So some of them you guys will have the access to change the data in the table side. That will be stored here. So this is same as firefighter engine. So when you have you used firefighter anytime? Information will be stored here. Kind of, you have to give like these are the transaction code I'm using. That's the change I'm going to do. So this is going to store over here. Okay. Now, tell me one thing. It's RAM memory, right? In HANA, what happens when you switch off your system? By any chance, your server is just switched off and be back again. What is going to happen? For RAM, it's for ROM, it's not big problem, but for RAM, all of our ROM will go right. So in those cases, we have something as persistence layer. This will have the RAM data and it will be merged to a database itself, index server, so that in 20 minutes you can just copy everything from the persistence layer to the main layer. Even in case of fire or something, your persistence layer is also gone. You'll have disk volumes to store the actual disk data, the transactional log and everything. And this will be on roam connected to the database. Just in case everything is done, it will be in compressed so that it will take very less storage, but it will be in the index server so that the copy is very fast. So that's how the robustness of SAP HANA system is made. This all will be done by the system. You'll have a backups, okay, backups
Okay.
running. They have a backup running. You will be like system will be down for backup or something that email you will get. They will not mostly not write system will be down, system will be upgraded, or you will have monthly patching kind of emails you will get. Okay, and that's what they do. Mostly what happens in the companies, for every twice a week, the odd weeks will be for non-productions and even week will be for production systems. Is designed done. So you will have server engineers, right? So those guys will be doing this. Mostly we will never get to know this. It's not even the basis who does that. There are some server specific engineers who come based on our data, they do these designs. Now we have done till here, come to the persistence layer. So you can see name server, servers used to text analysis, index server. Now name server contain all the information, system landscape, distributed server, name servers which is running component. Okay, server contains information, which server exists, data exists. Same way they have just explained what we spoke. So HANA memory is this one, the log volume and data volume is stored in the persistence layer to the durability of atomicity of transactions. It ensures database can be restored on most recently committed state after a restart. Okay, so uh, just for the sake, you are aware like what we are doing is one S4H system is there. That's the S4 HANA system. One B4H system is there. That's called A4H here. That's the before HANA system. Will they have a separate database or a same database? Separate HANA databases, right? So, as in this course, HANA was not, I mean, part of it, but I still asked him to add the HANA for B4, whatever be that is the HANA, for us to just see that we can at least see HANA and all. Okay, so let's add the BW system first. So this is the BW perspective. Okay, this is the ABAP perspective where we have the S4 system. This is the BW perspective, and this is the HANA administrative console. So there is one HANA developer also, but anyway, this is not HANA course, so I'm not jumping there. So we'll use into. I don't know why we get this error. Okay, so what was our system ID for B4H? A4H, right? Now, if you just see, so in B4H, it will directly show which system to be added. From GUI, it will take, so we can add the A4H system, and the application server's instance name, it will auto take, so we don't have to give the second time. Now we have to give the client as 100 OBS size, right? Client is mostly 100. Let's see, they haven't given us client. So congratulations. I'm at least able to connect to the B4H system. They did connect on the first day also. Data source, we have CDS data source, file data source, BW repositories, we have technical CVMB, zero SAP info objects. So in ABAP also we have the ABAP client connected, and you can see the local object system library and everything over here. Now to come to the HANA console, open our lab one. So HANA is the same way how I connected the BW, just the instance number is different here. as I told you, you'll have different instances. So database instance is 15, whereas the B4 instance is 16. And content wise and all, you can see over here. Also, two things we're missing. And browse repositories from the system. Expand your HANA system, navigate to system, use public repositories. So now you can go content wise, you can see all the things. And one thing I wanted to show you guys is this one. What and all you see? Compile server, you see daemon, you see die server, you see index, you see name store, PS processor, web dispatcher, access engine, access u server, which I guess is new. I'm not aware also. Now in overview, you can see the total size is 233 GB, out of which we have used 42 GB as highest. That's the we are using peak as 18%. Now, is it a multi-host system or single host system? Can anyone answer this, please? You see the alerts over here. You see the performance here. You and all the sessions and all you can see in the summary. So these are the sessions that are created. Many are false, inactive, not blocked. Most of the sessions that are connected are idle. Okay, so that's the session plan. You can see everything from the HANA server itself. Now you can one was to open SQL console. So instead of graphically writing, you can directly start writing it, and whatever you write SQL, you can write over here itself. But this will be tough just to write. So start with graphical is good. The same way, if you write SQL, it will use your B4 HANA as your one view, maybe it calculation view or anything, and it will directly go to tables. You will not create any calculation view or anything. Will just expose the DB itself. So what Kexim told, DB and application layer have very thin line. Now your DB itself is work as an application server if you start writing over here. Okay? Yes, no. Can we move? I'll have this one for some seconds. Now we are starting with BW. So our HANA operation, architecture, everything is finished. We're actually moving to BW now. But those things were required. But the actual BW objects, now you are starting to get the feel of them. Target. So we have targets to load data. So in BW, we do store the data. It's not virtual. So that's the difference between native HANA views and in BW. BW, we store the data. We get from source, from other systems and everything. And we store the data. We call it as OLTP system. And we do store the data for very longer period of time, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, just for our analytical views and to create reports based on the requirement to get the planning guys or something an idea of how it's happening. These objects are stored in BW application table. So now you see here we are storing the data in application side with SAP B4 HANA managed schema. So in B4 HANA, we are storing the data. We have application tables. So in the this ADSOs you see, they have when you create ADSO, 3 tables are created. Okay. So B4 HANA managed schema means when the standard star schema we were speaking about, right? Where the fact table is surrounded by multiple dimensional table, which is characteristics and dimensions. So that's the managed schema of B4 HANA. That's how BW was originally. Same in B4 HANA or BW on HANA, we have the same standard star schema. So that's how it is working till now. So it's just like the objects are stored in a fashion of managed schema. I mean, the schemas are different, Snowflake schema and everything. So in BW, we usually go with star schema. If we have lab report, I'll go through it. We have lab for this module. We'll go with the lab. But schemas we spend, right? We will have fact table surrounded by dimension table on the first day. See, we define a key, we define a characteristic key figure, and this is we call a schema here. Earlier, the schema is not how it was for you people. it's not the same schema, I'll say. What you guys are thinking. It's more of as how I explained in the initial days in the first class, that schema in BW is basically fact table, the quantity surrounded by the characteristics. That's it. Here nothing extra mean, because they haven't defined like that way. It's just key and columns. We don't define it that way. I thought they will do the grouping. If the grouping would have been there for some project, I could have shown you. This is also, you can see, standard for you. So sales document and sales as they have defined as key and others are non-key. That's how the schema is now. Key and non-key, that's it. No other grouping they have done. So they can do add groups as well. So all materials in one group, all sales in one group. That's it. Even if you don't add in HANA, it doesn't matter because it in column is stored, so it works well. It won't be here. Composite provider, is there any? Let me see. Composite provider. Hold on. Not in ADSOs. In composite provider, if they have given in scenarios, so they are taking data from two places, but they are putting everything in one. Here, they should have a grouping. If they add groups here, it will be good for them. But as the data is small, they are just doing as key and non-key, and it works fine. But when you go to actual project, they will have the grouping standards by themselves. They won't just club it as key and non-key. Single hunter from different application externally managed. Now you come to data provisioning. The physical data acquisition can come from direct from DB. I mean, when we say DB, SAP systems. Now, can be your BW on HANA system be a source for another BW on HANA system?
I would say yes, right?
And why you think so?
Let's see.
You can have ODP. When ODP SAP is connected to all the SAP structure, ODP CDS, you can connect S4 with this CDS structure. File for all your local fat file. HANA local connect any to HANA, can any SDA, and this ODP they can connect to any BW less version, I mean 7.3 versions as well. Okay, so any questions about where it can connect and where it cannot connect, come to the data source and see what connections are enabled. If not, if this is still you feel this is also not suitable, go to, now actually we are doing something on the, so you can come. Your main transaction for BW is RSA1. Just remember this. The main, see, I'm not very open with this view. Okay, I'm just changing it. Don't mind. Because I like the standard one, so I'm just changing for myself. There is one color option also, but I'm not seeing that apply. So if we go, you can see source system over here also, and see which source systems are enabled here. Now you can see the list of source systems. So these are enabled. So any data, it can connect to big data also. It can connect to HANA TNet as well, and a smart data integration SDA as well. So anything it can connect. So coming back, why it came to the point is when it says SAP B4 HANA DB schema, it can connect to B4 managed by B4 anything. It can take data from ODP extractor, and everything other than which are not part of BW, they can take data from externally managed schemas, third party extractors and all via SDA or SDI. There are two parts where we take data from. That's SAP data services, SAP or data integration tools. So ODP itself, ODP, SLT, and SDI are itself a module in BW where they actually people do work to create ODP network SLT for between the two systems. So for every project, if your project is taking data from suppose HANA only, they will have one OTP managed by someone, one of the two person who will be more, who are the core workers of this only. Like you guys will be BPC consultant, I'll be B4 HANA consultant. Those guys will be like interface guys, I guess. Shall I move ahead? So SDI, Smart Data Quality SDQ, has to be HANA internal tool. SAP Smart Data Access is also internal tool. Data services and SLT are the external tools. Okay. Use case wise, they give the virtual and real time data. They all give the real time. SLT also give real time. Real time, when I say that, so suppose you as a FI guy post a document, one one of the batches will be keep on running, which as soon as you put something on your table in your S4 side, one batch will run and will replicate in the B4 side, and one DTP will run, which will load the data to the ADSO, and we'll have the near real-time data in our system, BW systems also. So that's how SLT, SDI, and I guess these two haven't worked. SDA and STA data services I haven't worked, but these two work on the same way. They can have any numerous sources can connect to data specific database, and data services can connect to any database actually. When suppose you are connected to big data or Hadoop where you want to take the data, they can connect to the SAP data source data services. So it's just to show you which one you will be in your project is not on your hand. It will be decided by the interface team. It won't be decided by us. They have a pointer specific. Okay, so one pointer will be there. Replication, when the replication, the last replication pointer will be there. As soon as the new entry is posted, that I guess goes to a change log table. That as you were saying. Okay, and some of the B3 jobs will be running, which will pick the data and put it into one table. And as soon as the data is present in that log table, one chain, I mean, one DTP runs, which pulls the data to the BW side. It's just a middleware, okay? And there is no transformation between ECC to BW, just replicable. We don't do anything. So we have application tables, we have login tables, as you said, and we have a DB trigger. As soon as there is something in the login table, so it's just like this way. Application table. So you have application, then you have SLT, and then you have BW. When we say it's just a replicable and no transferable, which means basically this. So whatever data you have over here in application table, same will come to SLT and same will come to uh, BW. There is not going to change. You cannot change anything on the SLT side. If someone says that, okay, can we change this field to SLT? No. If you're taking data through HANA views, yes, you can modulate that in HANA views and all. But if you're taking via SLT, there's no change we can do. Default transformation, one-to-one transfer is possible even based on ABAP, but trade off with performance. With ABAP, what we can do is mask some zeros or null and blank values. So when you start working, I guess you might be know. So if I go and put this is blank, and this, if I don't put anything, is blank, right? You get my point? This space bar, a space or two space bar is a blank value, and anything, nothing in there is called a null value. Correct? So those things we can manage as managing all blank and null as zero, something this we can do. But anything you put in SLT will have the performance as bad very soon. Any logic, even very small logic, can create drastic performance issues. And the problem with any middleware is, uh, even if you want to create a specific user ticket to SAP, you won't be able to replicate the scenario most of the time. So ideally, we don't put any transformation or anything between the middlewares. This is just food for thought. Going ahead, now it's just we'll be touching what is SDI and all. So let's touch what is SDI. SDI is again data integration provisioning, it's ETLH. So it's just how Informatica was. These all things are just ETL. What Informatica was doing 10 years, 15 years before, these all things do the same thing, just with multiple jargons and better performance. Classic approach known in SAP BW environment, focus on data quality. So it just gives the data replication, like pros and cons of other thing. So SAP data virtualization. So if you just start from here, SAP HANA data provisioning is SAP HANA data provisioning. This one HANA data provisioning, which HANA internal tools. Classical approach this is, and this is merged with BW because it's same HANA side. It's on focus on data quality and preparation, not on speed. It will be less speed. SLT is actually fast, if you say so. Using data sources for extraction suitable for daily and weekly jobs. Data provisioning, data replication is always one-to-one. It's real time based on source. Tools are SLT or SDI. So data provisioning is a method and its tools are SLT, SDI are the tools. Like HANA Access is one database access. Eclipse and HANA Studio are just tools. Okay. So data virtualization, remote access data without physical loading. Immediate update reflecting target system, as I told you, suitable when physical data not required in needed in SAP HANA. Data virtualization is already there. Now we have this one. Customer connection is there in SAP side. SAP HANA ODBC drivers are there. Now these drivers, I don't think any of us you will be working on this driver side. These are the middleware interface guys who work on this, and we don't have access to these things. And these things are not merged in AC Docker, right? So if we have to, it's these informations are not there in AC Docker. We are going to SAP HANA Smart Data Access. So HANA Smart Data Access SDA, if you see, is also part of HANA tool, and it's connected to only specific databases. So when it comes to SDA, where were we? SAP HANA standard delivered instant component of SAP HANA platform. So this come as a standard, enable user to access remote data. It does the thing without having to replicate data to SAP HANA database. SAP HANA present the data as if it were stored in the local tables of database. So if you are connecting to SAP HANA side, so P4H we are working, and if you want to have the table, so those tables are already on HANA side, right? So how are you accessing? You are accessing with SAP SDA. Automatic data type conversion enables mapping of data type from remote database. So database side, you might have NumC and you can still have CAR over here. So in SAP Smart Database, that will take care of it. So data provisioning side, you have ODBC drivers are there, and these many of drivers we can install. What you guys will be installing and what will be your function, nothing that you are going to work on these things. It's just for your understanding. Okay. Now EIM tool is not default. So SDI is not coming as a default. We have to install it by us. And virtualization, physical replication batch mode is there. So in SDI, we have the batches. So as it says here, with SDI, we have the virtualization and batch is there. And SDA, we have fast and virtual access. That's how it's going to explain. And SAP HANA virtual tables are there. And we can get into data into as this one, data provisioning server. Here TCP IP or HTTPS. And if there is HTTPS is goes to HTTP, we'll get as VPAT error. But I guess this doesn't concern us. They will be using BW on HANA, and on that also, so you can see SDA as coming as default one over here. Okay, like ODP SAP is coming. So if you see here, operational data provider is also over here. You can have a look on this, but this doesn't concern us much. So ODP status we'll be using. Okay, and this one is the SDA, it comes default. If you want to have this comes as a separate cost, SMTA data services. These things are by default. SDA you will get it. I guess for SDI they charge something. SDA we get it, that I know. This as a default one, and these things I guess we have to put charge for that. SD or SDI. SDI comes as charge. Let's see it to be written here. SAP standard deliver installed component of SAP HANA. Okay, now coming back, smart data access on cloud IQ, this. The SDI is a component of the same information. You have to not installed by default, an additional option. Virtualization for that, though it's not by default, they have to install it separately. Yeah, its import and export are there in BW, not on HANA. So in BW, yes, we have file data source. So we can create file. If you see here, come over here. So file, we can create file type data source, flat file loading, and I guess you should have flat file loading as one of the exercise. So I'll get this as changed and create a data source as flat file loading. We'll get the file also created for us. Okay.
Okay.
So whatever the ADSOs they have created using the flat file master data. So you can see over here, this is the data source. Okay. And I'll show you how the file they are created. So this is the flat file. So data source is the source system is flat file. Extraction they have given us this as CSV file is the file. And this is the fields. They have only 4 fields. So this is more into, just make a note that this has to be changed. When we start going and start working on this, it is will actually whatever we discussed till now will start making more sense. So ideally, what I feel the thought will do the flat file uploading and will create a sales report. It doesn't work. We should have the complete flow of characteristics ADSO, and once we do this complete flow, then only we can create the report. If you see, we are like creating info object, then we are creating key figure, then we are creating master data, correcting characteristic. We're like every time it's like just do one thing, create IDSO. Once you create IDSO, then you create the multi provider, then you can create a report. So 7.5 SAP BW and on HANA 1.0, it has the power of native HANA as well. Okay, that's it. So the retrieval of data is faster and the BW OLAP capabilities what were there, we are still using that. So that's the only thing they want to tell us. So harnessing in speed memory. So earlier the data has to be read from Oracle databases till now, till when HANA 1.0 come, 1.8 came. After this advent of HANA 1.0, so it's all on native HANA, and that's how the speed has increased. So Oracle and DB2 we are not using. Now, when you are with SAP BW as SAP object and database as Oracle, you do understand like it's two different companies, right? So innovation on one side, Oracle, and innovation on SAP were going on separate directions. They were not coming up to meet one agenda of making the life easier for the end user. It's how to explain it in a way. Take an example of Apple iPhone and Microsoft OneNote. So OneNote may be making many changes in OneNote side, or Outlook is making very good changes. But iPhone, on the other hand, will be making changes on separate line or separate tangents. So when you use those objects, you might not feel that good. But when you use keep in iPhone, you feel that this is working good, and on Android mobiles, you start using the Microsoft Office and all, you feel that this is more compatible. So earlier we had this issue that both were not in sync, but after the coming of HANA, both the databases are in sync and as the innovations are going in the same direction. So now you can see all this simplified data modeling like advanced ADSOs and all came after the HANA came. Earlier these things were not there. Redesign and all things were not present itself. So now its key features, you can just have a look. It's real-time data access we have given with HANA. Faster query response is there, as you know that the data retrieval is faster. Simplified data modeling as LSA architecture or LSA plus plus architecture. We will go with LSA and LSA plus plus architecture. What is that outside this? Because I guess it's not explained here, but I like to explain this to you guys. Improve data governance. So earlier the data governance on Oracle side, at DB side, we didn't have many access of SAP, but now in the database side also, SAP has governance and they can be tighter security to database than to use two separate vendors. Okay, faster time to insight, reduce cost. Cost wise is yes, it has reduced because now you are purchasing the HANA suite itself. The other things you just have to buy as add-on. The HANA suite is the more costly one. Others are just add-on. Earlier you have to buy database at a cost, then buy SAP at a cost, high cost, and then try to merge them using some other extractor tool and all. So this was actually a big cost. So that's the reason very few company used to have used SAP as tool, but now you see with HANA everyone is using SAP Ariba. If you go to a small malls and all, they're using SAP Ariba as well. You just have to pop in into what the system and they're logging your details. User experience has enhanced. Now, if you guys are aware, we have Fiori and all. So with that, styles and everything has come to mobile also. So that way the user experience have been increasing in us. But limitations are also there. Time to insights. Real-time data is still not there. We say it's near real-time, but still not real-time. Cost has to be reduced because we are still using RAM and it's costly. User experience side, many of the users say that what we were earlier working was more. It happens, right? Most of the times, guys, like we get used to one thing that even if the better thing comes, we still feel like no, the other was actually good. Now come to BWW. Now your BW starts actually tool for performing tasks of data warehouse. So what is a warehouse with you guys? For you, what is a warehouse? Warehouse is where you dump your things, right? So it's not your showroom. Your showroom can be different. This guy is working on showroom, and this is your warehouse. It's your application layer, and this complete thing from the backend till application layer is called your warehouse. So it's like you're the back end side of it, not the front end cool side, but the warehouse side. So now provide data modeling functions such as control. NetWeaver BY is on top of it, gives you access to do the modeling side. When I say modeling, to create the data flows and all, it's called modeling, processing of the data. Now you see, I'll show you directly over here. Have a look on this and I'll show you the system. Done. This is called menu bar on the top, which comes as menu, and this is command center or something. I guess they have not given. And this is the standard toolbar which comes with everyone. This is the application toolbar. This is application as specific. When I go to a different application, this will change. So if I just put, you see, the application as specific toolbars have changed. But let's go to RSA1 again. Are you guys aware, right? To change between the system, we give, and if you have to open a new one, I have to go /o. So this is the navigational. This is the navigation, and this is, sorry, I'm confused, guys. This is navigation, and this is function of view bar, and this below is the status bar. Navigation function and this status. So anything executed here will come over here, and the corner, this is the message bar. These things are just telling you the same thing which I told you or showing you. On the data warehouse has completed, I guess the page of it will be easy. So I'll show you some images. You come to know. Yeah, this is the one. So we had 7.3 until 2012. We were using 7.3. When it came 7.4, HANA came into picture. Okay. HANA as a database. We didn't have HANA as directly SAP HANA. In 7.5 came, we had HANA as database also was accessible to us. Then came B4 HANA, and now it's BW4 HANA. People have already started using DWC, which is the cloud version of B4 HANA. This is the authentic one. This is correct. See, earlier we used to have tracks and all as an accelerator, but now it's not required in SAP HANA. See, with 7.4 on HANA, we had option of 7.5 on HANA or directly B4 HANA. Many people went with 7.5 on HANA and some went with B4 HANA. Whoever went with B4 HANA, they are already on BW4 HANA 2.2. So let's go to SAP documentation for LSC. And this is important for you guys as well. So what is LSA? LSA is layered scalable architecture. When we say scalable, when SAP, as I told on the first day, when whatever we create, we should be like, can it be scaled up? First thing. Second thing, is it simple? So simple is the solution, and scalable. It should be scalable enough. I'm thinking to give you guys as extra. I feel like it should be included. Hope this is not a problem for you guys. The concept of layer scalable architecture, and anything in SAP, if you want to read and learn, you have help SAP documentation. So this is data warehouse. This is for us only, and you can just drill down and read whatever you want to. So SAP has given enough document and by themselves. This is applicable for your BPC and everything. Okay. The concept of layer scalable is assist to designing, implementing various layers of BW system for data acquisition. So what we do in BW, we extract the data, transform the data, and load the data for reporting. ETL is what our work, right? Yeah. So the first layer is the data acquisition here. Okay. Data is loaded into corporate memory. When we go to ADSO, we'll explain what is corporate memory, which ADSO works as corporate memory. So data in here, it might be in tables in ECC or other system. We do the data acquisition, put it into corporate memory as 1:1 mapping and transformation. You might say that we are already have the SLT and we are doing 1:1 mapping there. So SLT doesn't store the data anywhere. They have tables, but not storing tables of like 1 year or something. So replication to replication is stored, but here the whole data, whatever we are getting from tables, is kept on corporate memory as inbound table. So this is called data. Then the data is quality checked, harmonized, and then propagated to higher layers. So this is data warehouse layer. This is data mart layer. Here we do the business transformation. So anything business logic and everything is done over here. And here a reporting layer is added. Now if you remember, we have one question of infosec. So in business layer only, if you want to the corporate memory, what you are doing is business layer, making to reporting layer, you are doing the transformation, but somehow you got a need of getting one field again from table. So you can combine it using infoset so that you can compare that what you had in table and what you are doing with the business transformation versus comparison. Okay. Yeah, now the data is stored here again in reporting layer. So see, the data is stored first in the corporate memory. This is one here staging, just so that we don't have to touch the source every time, because here the data is 10 years, 15 years. So keep it here without messing up with data anything. Then propagate to business layer. Here do the transformation. everything. Again, data is stored in data mart layer. But here the data is no more what we got from tables and everything. Here the business transformation is already provided and we call it as a reporting layer. So we are storing data at corporate memory or at reporting layer. The third is virtualization layer. So this is called our layered scalable architecture. So first layer is this one, second layer is this one, and anything we can scale up on this one that any proper come. We just have to create transformation. Data is stored to be stored only at two places. Now, depending on your requirement, system might contain further layers, but they all will be virtual layer like transformations and all. Yes, our it's all will be in memory HANA side, corporate memory, reporting, lol. But these are different data, right? Reporting layer data is different from corp. But why we are doing that? So suppose your OLTP system, what you guys work on, doesn't have data of 5 years later and all, right? Before. But I want 5 years data before what was there, so I cannot just rely on this one. So original data I have to keep somewhere, right, in the system. 5 years, 10 years
It's
before
like a
data.
data lake. Then. It's like a data lake where you store entire data
So
set and then you...
BW is more into a data lake only, where we store more of a data.
Oh.
If someone thinks like why we are storing data, if BW is not there, much of the data storage of system will be reduced.
Shankar, who is responsible for business transformation logics?
Business will give the transformation logics, or business will give you what they want in the end, and you have to decide the logic in your head. Okay, so with the HANA Studio. So this is B4H system. This is our B4H system. And the corresponding HANA is this one. So corresponding memory is this one. Corresponding memory or HANA database for B4H. So for S4 also you'll have corresponding HANA database. So usually when they buy B4 database, that will have the bigger size than the normal S4. Now it has changed to LSA++. So read it here. By using SAP HANA database, our NetWeaver BW, you have to greater flexibility and more possibility to achieve your requirement. A new integrated LSA++ is required to depict a system with different approach of EDW. So the consistent core of EDW in place with LSA, several operational is added to the core. The main difference between two LSA are queries on data store objects are just as fast as info cubes. So earlier we had queries only on info cubes, but now we can create queries on ADSOs also, which I'll explain later. Therefore, directly define our data propagation. Only define virtual mart using a provider using virtual part. So let's come to the data flow. Data acquisition layer, same EDW transformation, corporate memory, EDW propagation, business transformation, the data marts are there. Now from data marts itself, you can create the query or create query based on the virtual data marts also. Now flexible marts or BW play space is there. If you can see here, we operational data store was there, ODS, from where we used to send data to outside. But now you can have from this data marts also you can send data to outside. So this layer is also changed. So it's more with LSA++, more objects has came into picture. The originality remains the same. The data has to be stored as minimum number of places, more into virtual layer, but the number of virtual places have increased, and so is the new nomenclature has came. I'll request you to just go and read it once more alone slowly. You will find it more interesting. And once we go into actual objects creation, at the end we'll visit this page again.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA? Our course is your ticket to mastering supply management. Take it at your own pace, right here on our platform. In this course, you will unlock the power of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning, from ensuring we have got enough supplies to get them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced strategies, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff inside out. Meet your teachers, seasoned pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and answer any questions you might have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, they have found immense value in what we offer. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP BW 7.5 on HANA skills? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
This diagram I already explained you guys, if I'm not wrong, how we create the dimensions, what are the dimensions, what are attributes, and what are characteristics. So characteristics are business entities. With me till here. So any characteristics is just a business entity which we will analysis. So, but even if we do the analysis, we want some quantity associated with that. So that's called key figure. For an example, would someone like to give the example? I'm defining sales amount as amount. When I say amount, it's amount. Sales quantity as quantity. When I say sales, it's the say zero sales of is something like that. I have said if you go by just general name, so attribute is something which defines the characteristics more. For a customer office, division, region, etc. are the attributes which define the customer. Dimension, this is very important. Please, I am just doing it second time, so please make sure 100% concentration is over here. So we'll go deep this time. So organization can be one dimension. Under that, we can have comp code as one characteristic, sales office as another characteristics, and division as one characteristic. Okay, you guys are okay here?
Yes, Shankar.
Yes. If the second example, if I give, so geography is dim 2, when I say dimension 2, and region and sales office, sales district, sorry, office is over there, district is under it. We can have biomap and maps and pin code as well. Material number and material group as its now how the bubble model work over here. This we have already gone, so if and all you remember something, please try to fill me. So we have something as fact table surrounded by dimension tables all the way. So dim1. Are you guys okay with table? What is table? What is key? Suppose our first dim ID was material, and how SAP works is for every characteristic. So suppose 0 material is one characteristics. Okay, so as you load master data, now I guess you guys know what is master data, what is transactional data, right?
Yes, Shankar. Yeah.
Can Minu, you explain what is master and what is transactional data? So master data is something as which is not very changing data, like customer name, address, contact information, material number, and everything. Any posting against that material as how many quantity or amount what we have in inventory is called transactional data. I'm sorry. So when master data is loaded, so suppose take an example, you have material number 1, 2, 3. It will create an SID against it. So SID underscore mat. So they will give SID X, Y. It won't be just simple, but it will have a SID. Same way, when your 0 customer is loaded, it will create SID for it. So suppose 987, 876, 654, and it will have P, it will have Q, it will have R. And take an example that you define 2 dimensions separately, and in this material dimension 1, we call as material. You have 2 characteristics there, material and material group. Okay. Same way, material master data also will be loaded. 0 mat GRP group. So SID. 0 objects. So SAP, when SAP creates, so these are SAP defined standard objects. They will have the name starting with 0. When you define object, you will either create with X, Y, or G. So suppose you create something, you will have as Z customer. When SAP gives that, you will have as 0 customer. So now suppose material group is also loaded. So for a single material, we'll have material group as an example. Again, from 2, 3, 4, no, I cannot put 2, 3, 4, I can take it's L, S, L, M, and N. Now for this material group in dimension tables, when you group these 2 characteristics, 0 material and 0 material group. So suppose now at the moment, 3 records are already there. Only 3 records are there in each. So you'll have one dim ID called dim mat1, which is the combination of this as well as this 1, 2, 3 and XY. So we will have now with surrogate ID byte we have earlier in dim IDs on the dimension tables what was getting created, we used to store the material values. So the key was dim mat1 and the value of the key was 1, 2, 3 and 3, 2, 1. So for a particular record of the combination, a new material dim ID was already created. Now if you see for a material, we are already storing the record here. We are already storing the record over material group. Again, we are storing the same record over here as well. So what SAP came as that they started assigning as surrogate IDs, and we don't have to again store the value. We just have to store the IDs X and L. So for the value of X and L, we have as dim ID material. So for any table getting created, so when you define a dimension, it creates a table. So suppose as at the moment I have taken only 2 characteristics in it, material and material group. It may happen that for a dimension called material, you might have 10 material relevant fields. So material, material group, material class, material SKU, material color and everything. So those all characteristics based on it may create that you have defined as 10 objects as part of material dimension table. Now when you define that, what happens for every other combination of those IDs, one dim ID is getting created. So like for X and L combination, we have dimmat 1. For Y and M, we'll have dimmat 2, and it will be Y and combination I'm saying. And Z and N, one dim ID is created. Now this SID is just the surrogate ID created itself at the time of loading the material. So when we are loading material had so many values, so it will be 18 digits and all. The SIDs are not that much value. I mean, record-wise, it doesn't have that much length. It's just the XID value. I mean, surrogate IDs they have given it. To use it, why we call it surrogate ID? So whenever material is being fetched or used, we will place surrogate IDs over there so that we can give as call by reference. Just we give the reference of X in material, we call that by value of material. Is it okay now? For Kexin, I give aka Kexin as K. Now, instead of storing the value of Kexin details everywhere, I just give as letter K, which takes the less storage. Otherwise, we were storing the same value of Kexin over material everywhere, wherever material was being used in dimension. So we'll not have only one this dimension fact table, right? We'll have multiple tables like this. So we'll be using the same material value multiple times. Instead of that, we use the same SIDs multiple times and it saves space, and also you'll see here that it saves the value of call also by calling it. So storing wise, the material dimension table size has reduced. Okay, and you will see how it has helped in retrieving the data. What we are doing here, Nagen, is in HANA database. Earlier, whatever we were doing was on Oracle or some other database. Now, if you see here, so to see the records of table info objects, I'll show you how to do that. /bi0. If you are a customer developed, you will give a C here. So if you define any G object, you will give a C. If it is SAP object, you will give 0. Now, I want to show all the tables at once, so I'm giving star material. Otherwise, S will be the source ID of material. Now go here. So you see, for a particular material, you have T table as the text table, S table as the SID table, P table as the main master data table. On main master data table, a view is also created. It's called M table. X and Y tables are not here. Okay, it's here. X is the attribute table of info objects. So it's time dependent and time independent concept will come. We'll have to wait through that. You will have hierarchy tables as well, HK, M, I, J, I. So these tables are not important. We'll be mostly dealing with P table, T table, S table. So now go to the S table of material. So master data IDs. So okay, before we go forward, I just wanted to show here. Go back. So you see material is the key, and all this SID and all are the data fields of this table. So this is the actual table, transparent table. Transparent table is a table. I guess you guys are aware of this. So there are transparent table, and there are two more types of tables what we create. It's a table on the database, cluster table and hash tables. I'm saying how it is arranged inside an ADSO when I mean, when you define a data model, what should be your thinking of defining a data model so that your query performance is much better? So ultimately, it's the performance. So you see, there is no data, so there is only one XID as of 0. As of now, this is as it is a, I mean, what do you call it? Sandbox system. So we don't have any data of material itself loaded. So it has only 10 SID. Otherwise, it would have multiple SIDs. Let's try with the customer. So you understand, right? You have keys for different combinations of the number of attribute, a number of characteristics I keep on adding on our dimension table. Okay. So SAP suggests not to load dimension table that much that it has so many combination comes. So now I have taken simple combination of X and L. There will be a combination of X and M as well. There will be a combination of, 3 into 3 will be 9 combinations we will have, right? So that day I told that characteristics with 1 is to N relationship should be kept in one dimension and M is to N relationship could be kept in different dimension, right? For an example, a customer can buy any product and the product can be sold to any customer. So that's the M is to N relationship. So customer and product cannot be in same. Whereas a customer can belong to only one sales office, but each sales office can have multiple customers. So that's comes as 1 is to N relationship. So customer and sales office should be part of one dimension. SAP allows you to create 13 dimension group. So based on the we get like requirement in SAP BW, that we'll get a spreadsheet that this is how they want a report to be. You'll have to define that, okay, these are my characteristics. You'll have to search the characteristics part of it, that okay, these characteristics I'll be going forward using that. And when you define the characteristics, then you define the bubble model of it. How they will define bubble model is keeping same type of characteristics in one bubble, and then you go for this dimension and fact table grouping. I am doing it because I have been doing this for multiple times. You can even add zero customer as in material, and you'll have a same different dimension queue. It's just when you try to retrieve the data based on this fact table grouping what you have created, it will be slower. And when you go to SAP for any performance or any error issue, they'll be saying you to remodel it. Remodeling at the initial stages is very much easy, but when you have at the data that we were considering 5 to 15 years, then remodeling it becomes a very tedious task. You cannot remodel it. Okay, so while defining, it becomes a task that you define it well. This
Right.
master data gets loaded at one time itself. For material and all, it won't change. Only the transactional data will be keep on loading. When I get a query to create a report, I'm just explaining you how to create this ADSO. When you create an ADSO, you will come to know that you have to group the tables. So how you'll do the grouping? You'll group by this way. So this is relevant in any database you go. If you go Oracle, you use. There is one more which is very functional with SAP Salesforce. So if you even work on Salesforce, this concept is same. So sales office, suppose you created something as sales office as one dimension. Now the sales office can be Germany as one value, Iberia as one value, and you have corresponding GI. Now in your divided 2, you'll again have this 3. Can you tell me the combinations over here?
Yeah.
Now your fact table contains the actual factual values. Now just be very, I should be using dim, not mat one. This fact table, these two combination becomes the key. So when I say that, this means dim ID 1, dim cust 1 becomes the 2 key, and the factual value as 1000 something will be defined with the combination of these two. That basically means X and L combined with P and Germany, P and G, which basically means customer 987 and Germany. This combination gives me the value of 100,000. And when a report is fetched, how it will be, this becomes the foreign key to relation, you know, right? Means foreign key relationship. So this becomes the foreign key. It looks for value here, then comes over here and check value here and gives you the report at the end. So this is how you define it. It takes time to practice it. You don't have to actually practice it, but this is what just the concept wise. So not material. So it goes up to down. So sales office, then customer, then material amount. So you wants to just drill down this value when you run this report. Based on top of this ADSO. Excuse me. So it goes, sales office will be fetched, but they will look for the combinations here to fetch it instantly. I mean, directly it won't be going anywhere, right? So there are multiple tables. If you just add sales office, the value has to be stored in this way, just so that to get Germany followed by customer 987 of material, any material 123, what is the value? So that's how from backside you can track in this way the record. Okay, it doesn't come that easy, but you might have to again go through this one time by your own. If you want to go through, this is called extended star schema. Go by star schema. So first is the bubble model. Do go through this once. Explain this in shorter terms. This is how your data is stored. It won't be affecting you in real time, but the data is stored this way. There is one something as line item dimension. While defining the dimension, you have to define as line item. Suppose this material, the number of distinct values are real high. You have, I mean, millions of records for this material. Now for that millions of records, millions of SID will be created, and path to factual to dim to SID then to material becomes very long because number of distinct values are really high. In those cases, we mark as line item dimension. So here, suppose I mark material as line item dimension. In dim ID, the values of X, Y, Z won't be stored. Instead, this is going to be replaced so that your fetching of data becomes fast. But this comes only when your system is old and you have got so much of data that you are troubling with the data side. Okay, this materials in being used in most of the reports and as a KPI. So your key performance indicator is the material, and multiple times it is being fetched. So you have to reduce the path. And the idea is your fact table should be the largest. So 1:10 ratio should be there between dim to fact table, with dim with the first one. And for this path should not be large in something as, so if it's 10% of the value, I mean the amount of this becomes 10% of the records over here, you just change it to alignment and dimension. Okay. Anyhow used in other ADSOs as well, right? It's not
Okay.
When we load a characteristics, a value will be loaded. I mean, SIDs will be created. These tables will be auto created. Now we'll go to info objects and other things. This will be the among the long sessions. If you're not able to do it, we'll do it again to my other class as well. But this is the most important sessions of all. So you have understood the concept, you have understood most of the things. Here they have given the same example as entity relationship model called as ER model applied for before HANA. You see the attribute marked to customer as and city. They haven't explained it much, but they wanted to say the same thing. Now we'll go and start creating the info objects. So info objects are the basic building block. Before we progress, so you'll have to understanding how it was before coming to the HANA and how it's after HANA. So before still 7.3, we have like info object, info cube, data store, PSA, and these are, if you guys went through the LSA and LSA++, these were the objects which was actually storing the data, and these were the virtual providers. So we had so many virtual providers, so many objects to store the data. But now SAP has changed everything. Info objects will be as info objects. All this thing will be ADSO. So your info cube and everything with the design I was showing is now all ADSO. Your virtual provider and everything is open ODS, and all your info set, multi-provider and everything is HANA Converged Provider called SCPR. Now we create info object and we define what are types of info objects. So info objects of type characteristics. Can I proceed? Is it clear till here? So info objects are of type characteristics. Characteristics are now you guys already aware. Can be of key figure, which you guys are already aware. Can be of type unit. So to define any amount or something, you need a unit, right? So that's called unit key figure. So the info objects are your basic building block. Without info objects, you will not be able to do anything in SAP BW. Okay. And there is something as time characteristic. That's why it's only 4 as given here. So you have 3 to 5 info objects. I'll just type it here. Before you go to the examples that we create, we can come here. Okay, how to search when you drill down this one. This is your system. When you drill down this one, BW repository is where you should be coming. So when you come to BW repository, you should be creating one info. These are the info area. If I just remove everything, these are your info areas. Now info areas can be nested. You can see one info area can have another info area as well. For example, if I right click and create new as info area,
What is an info area, Shankar?
is the place kind of store, kind of almirah where you store, I mean wardrobe where you store your objects. Just like a bucket or container doesn't have data, not virtual as well. SAP might be using some data to at least locate it via the technical characteristics. So now at least let's that we have defined. Anything that we're defining with G as your customer. So the parent info area we are it might be asking that under which we will create. Okay, so we'll use not disconnected one. So as I've given name, it's not matching anywhere. So at least I have to give us no disconnected or any SAP or a project process chain. We can actually create a parent info area as well. You are understanding that what I'm doing, right? I want to create an info area over here. If I create something under any, suppose I choose IBM project and create an info area, it will be under IBM info area like this one. Okay, if I don't give parent over here, it will create one parent. So you can see as I have not given in any parent info area, it will be a parent info area itself. Now you see our info areas automatically came as into top. I mean already created. Now we can still create multiple info area below it. So you see to nest it, I can again new create an info area, and I want you guys to create your separate info area. So parent is ZaranTech BW. Now I create ZSCP BW 01. So I'm creating for my, when we keep on creating, I guess you guys to make your hands dirty and see it by your own. We have created the info area, so bucket is already created. We could not have created info area and created our objects under any without node. And then, I mean, if I want to, I can, okay, so it will move from this info area to my info area. 0 SAP info area is the SAP standard info object. So you'll see more of the name is with starting with 0. So we have now went to there are 5 types of info objects. Before we progress, I want to show you. So this is a already developed info objects, or if you want, I can go through some of the finance section as well. So I opened the SD. This is the finance one, right? This all of you are from the accounting one, right? You see the characteristics given by SAP. So P company, partner company, and GL account balance. So see, it is refreshing to 0 company, which we'll go through now. And if I open zero company, the reference info object. So there are two things, reference and template we'll go through. So when defining company, it has defined as characteristic. So it comes as characteristic. If they would have defined under key, they would have different by default. Also, when I open this and I can minimize this. If I'm here and if I want to go to here and where zero company is actually created over, I can use this link with editor and it will take me to the info area where it is already created. This is an important feature that if you lost where you are in the info area, in the info area, so you can use this one. So if they would, it have been a key figure, you would be seeing it under a different info area. This as soon as you create it via characteristics or key figure or unit, SAP will SAP will directly club it under one info area, and you don't have to create it. It gets auto created. So all these are key figures. These all are our units, base, com, and all volume units. So if you see this company, while defining a company characteristics, we need a object name. You need a description. You need a short description as well. So it might be like if I want to call my company a ZaranTech company, but the short description can be company, same way. Now you have to create a data type. We'll go through that. What are the data types while creating? We'll have to define a length. I will go through what is this conversion routine. We'll have to go as high cardinality. Explain to you what is line item dimension, right? Okay, so there is one more concept as to the high cardinality. So suppose when we do that, suppose the data volume stored in a table is very high. It's not the number of distinct record for a material. Suppose the attributes of the material are there are like 30 plus attributes and the data volume itself is very high. So what is happening when you are trying to pull material in the report, the path to fact to dim to then SID and then coming to the actual value is becoming very long. So and it's taking time. So what you do, okay, so what will happen? And SAP will do this indexing for this one. They will not use the binary index, they will use bitmap index, they will use the B tree index. So it's just the indexing what we do in the database system. I'm not going to explain those indexes, it's just out of course area, but there are multiple indexes in database. So binary, bitmap, those are way to retrieve the data from an array. So you can read it if you want to. So if we come to know that, okay, our material, the data volume is going to be more than 20% of the total fact what we have. So we usually mark as high cardinality, but initially no one is going to know that it will be really high. So usually you go with line item dimension. It does work most of the time. Okay.
Where are you marking it as line item dimension? Here?
No, then what you create then dimension at that time you have to mark. So high cardinality that you have to mark when creating the info object itself. Now when creating the info object, you didn't know that it will grow the size of that much, right? It will eventually grow that much. So high cardinality we seldom use. We even if required, we go for line item dimension. Okay, and this high cardinality was more applicable for Oracle DB. It's kind of redundant for HANA, but we still have that. Okay. I'm just explaining you the like what if we click on this, what is going to happen? If we click on this, what is going to happen? We will create as well, but I just want you to go through for a standard object so that it's easy for you guys also to map. Understood? Yes, it's seldom checked. You will never check it. We have defined a line item dimensional high cardinality where to use. and we have created the info area. We have nested the info area under this. Same way, you guys have to create separate info area for each of you guys. So mine is Sankar info area. Same way your info area will different. Now I'm explaining you the types of info objects which we already discussed. There are 5 types. So we'll be going through one of them, trying to know that under this modeling, so this is called modeling skill. Under this modeling skill, what are the options we have? And if we click on any of the options, what is going to happen in the backend? So when we create info objects, is basically a table that's creates in the backend. And based on the options that we select over here, the table properties are going to change. I'm going to show you those as well. And this is how it is. If it's master data enabled, so usually master data is not enabled. So this will be just a text table will only be created. Master data table, if we see, so for a customer, if you see, it's no master data is defined. But for material, if you see master data is already defined, that means for this characteristics material, you will have attributes marks to define its value. So this table will have 62 columns. Again, we'll go through each one of them. And why I'm taking the standard one as example to give you more view of it's easy to map when you show the standard as first. So we were going through one of the standard info objects. Take an example, zero material. Okay, for you guys, I'll come back to this zero company and P company when I start taking the example. So for zero material, if I take an example, the technical name is defined in this way, and you have defined a description. You can give short description and long description as per your need. When you click on this external SAP HANA view for master data and for reporting, there will be 2 separate views will also be created in with tables, one for the master data and one for the reporting. So when you click on this, suppose I click this, 2 separate views also will be created. So one can be directly used for the reporting based on only on material. Okay, and that can be used, so that view is used as a calculation view can be directly called on to your Lumira, SAC or other BO objects. Okay, but we don't generally do that. It's just the new feature SAP has given. AFO can use zero material. If I use AFO here, it can use zero material, but not other objects, as I know. So if you guys have used AFO or not, I'm not sure. But for everyone's laptop, you just have to click on this analysis for Microsoft Excel, and you will see AFO directly opening this Excel with the add-in as AFO analysis for Microsoft Office, and you can carry everything here. So you can go to analysis, insert data source for analysis, and excuse me, most of the time you guys will be using AFO. I guess your tool will be AFO, because from here AFO also you can do the planning as well. So you can skip this. You can directly select your system, A4H. Now give the same client as 100. For next time it will remember you. Only will ask for the password, but the first time you have to give. I can directly search. So I see, as I said, if I click on search, it will. I can click on info provider. I can create queries. I can create query view. So if I have selected this here as query view for reporting, I could have used this one as well, query view. But as I have not selected this, I can directly search at zero material, and you'll find it. I can do reporting on this. This will work as a query for me. So every planning engineer, I guess, uses this AFO. So these are the key figures of material. Now you can keep on adding objects to rows and keep on seeing the value. So as of now, there is nothing, no data altogether. So you can see number of records as 0 and everything, those content. Otherwise, you could have directly added these things on row or even in column if you want to. Okay, this is going to filter, my bad. As materials, but there's nothing, so it's not showing. So from top, you understood this one. You have to select data type. Now for the data types, if we go to our class contents, info objects, so they have defined these many data types: characteristics, num_c, signed characteristics. So this is a new inclusion. Earlier it was not there. So characteristics you can give as characteristics, an example string, and here you can define as data type as num_c. I guess you guys are aware what is data type and data element, correct? So data type, so I mean, if I select the char, I can give number of letter and customer name, etc. If I give num_c, it would be numbers only, numerical character, I guess. And when I say sign num_c, I can define plus and minus before it as well. Date format can be, if I give dates, it will be of the format this. If I give temps, it will be of the format this. So for defining characteristic, we use the first two. For defining the date figures, we can use the below one. For defining the key figure, we have different data types and different types of key figure. We'll come back to that. So we are mostly into characteristics till now. Okay, this is a part of info object. Now you see, when I define data type, it has only two options, num_c and char. So the values can be of characteristics or the num_c, but characteristics in SAP can be a number as well. Okay, so it's not like when you define data type as characteristics, material will have only the number as ABC. It can be 1, 2, 3, 4 also. And we'll come to this length. Now you define length as input output length as 40. What does mean is, for if I give the material as length, if I add material, okay, here I take different one. So input output length, if I say input output length as 8, both side 8 if I define. So what will happen? My material number is just suppose 1, 2, 3, 4. So the output, if I defined as 8 as well, the output will also go as 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll come back to that. You might be thinking that why I'm giving 1, 2, 3, 4 only, but it's length as. Okay, so length as, it will come as the same length, the output of it. But suppose the input length is 8, but the output length is 7. So here it will come the 8 digits, but over here the 8 digit will be rounded off and it will come as only 7. So the ideal case, never define input output length as different. Okay, otherwise you will have tough time doing the modeling. Now there is same thing as called conversion routine. Before we come, okay, let's go here itself. How much of input output length we have defined as 8. So what happens if you define the input output length as 8, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 are different, becomes different. Why it become different is SAP treats them at different values. So what can happen in ideal cases, your company which works through multinational, in some places they add 0 before it, though the length is 8, but what will happen, all the materials will not be of 8 length. Some materials will be of less length. In some places they will add the 0 by its own, other places they won't add it 0, but they might you give the same material. For example, here 1, 2, 3, 4 and 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 both belong to the same material, but as the conversion routine was not in place, SAP treats them as different values. So one of the very basic and most used conversion routine is alpha conversion. So what alpha conversion does, So if your input output length is 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, while storing the data will be 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Same for any example. Same as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 will become 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It will suffice it with preceding zeros as the number of length required to make it the input output length equal. Okay. But there are other conversion routines also. It's not only one conversion routine we have as alpha, we have multiple conversion routine. So you see example, one of them is here is mat and 1. What mat and 1 does? So I will show you what mat and 1 does. You can directly go to SE38. SE38 is our program screen. So as conversion mat and 1 input, mat 1 and output. I just want to show you that what happens in the program side, that when conversion routines are used. But somehow it's not coming. I'm using the so mat and was does the same one as alpha, but only that it works with material. So usually material lengths are 18, but here in example they have defined as 40. But that depends how you define it. Now the other one what we have over here is master data. Now these are the properties. So if we start clicking on one or the other options, the different table properties is going to change as we discussed before going for a break. If we just click on text, how it's your for P company. So it has text or company. It has text, but it doesn't have the master data. Means it doesn't have any attribute defining that characteristics. For example, here when we click on master data, this attribute tab will open by your own, and you can click on attributes to this master data. Okay. Now coming back to text, if you want to maintain text table for it, you have to create on text. If you have to enhance master data update, if this now you can, the only good part with this is you can click on this and they will explain you that what are the things it is doing. So don't worry about the third option, is not going to do it. So inbound, outbound queues for the attributes, we're not going to create. If we want to use hierarchies, we can create hierarchies. And if we want to use this material as info provider, we have to use this key. If this is not clicked, so take as an example, company. This is not clicked as info provider. If I go and search this over here, analysis.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA? Our course is your ticket to mastering supply management. Take it at your own pace, right here on our platform. In this course, you will unlock the power of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning, from ensuring we have got enough supplies to get them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced strategies, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff inside out. Meet your teachers, seasoned pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and answer any questions you might have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, they have found immense value in what we offer. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP BW 7.5 on HANA skills? Sign up now For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Put this and insert as company. Will not find it. You may find for the text one because the text table they have created. If they would not have created text or hierarchies with it, you would not have found it with the info provider option, was not enabled. Planning mode, for all your planning objects, you have to create as planning and then you have to define the data slices and all, which is more relevant for your BPC purpose. If you want to define the authorizations to it, so who is going to see the company data, what should be the authorization to see company data, you have to define this as authorization relevant, but just defining this, that doesn't contribute to it. We have many other things that we have to do by basis to make it authorization relevant. I mean, give the correct authorization, but we don't do that. To screen characteristics info object, this we have gone. Key figures will come back to it, but it will show you to create characteristics. Okay. So you see example, it is telling you to create info object characteristics. They have given, there was something, yes. Choosing the context menu. Context menu is the right click. Okay. Create info object. We have next is been defined. So what are the ones they are telling us to create? Characteristics product group, they are telling us to create channel and product. Three things they are telling us to create. You should be playing something with it. Don't delete anything, but I would like to you guys to go through it multiple times. Go here and there, see what is there. We have already known till what is info objects. Go through each info area, see how they have defined info area, see how they have defined the info objects, and then go to T code as this one. So what we give here is T code. And if you are not understanding anything, just copy the info objects. So any info objects, I'm just showing this one, I'll stop over after. So take any info objects or any info objects, this right click, you see it, copy name will be there. If you do click on copy, it will create a copy of it. So copy the name, come to here, give a star here, remove the 0 button and search. You'll find the tables. Okay, these are the tables. Try to go through this info object and see what type of tables are created for this info object based on the options they have selected. At least just do this exercise, don't do any other thing, but for info objects, try to do this.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the SAP BW cockpit in an SAP BW on HANA environment? Option A, monitoring and managing the BW system. Option B, administering the HANA database. Option C, developing custom BW applications. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA? Our course is your ticket to mastering supply management. Take it at your own pace, right here on our platform. In this course, you will unlock the power of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning, from ensuring we have got enough supplies to get them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced strategies, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff inside out. Meet your teachers, seasoned pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and answer any questions you might have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, they have found immense value in what we offer. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP BW 7.5 on HANA skills? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So what and all do you guys remember for 5? We discussed so many things. SAP actually changes a little bit here and there, depending on the version of BW or SAP or HANA you are using. Okay. So if you're not seeing one, don't be very much surprised that it's not there. It's based on the version it was. This module was created, this module was created and what we have now. Okay, so correct. Of the formats also I have told. Now we have also gone through the relationship data model where fact table has dim IDs as keys, then the fact table followed by dim tables have the SIDs of the characteristics. We went through that, correct? So before we go ahead to key figures are also of a type you will find these. So there are 6 types. So first the amount key figure, which is of the type currency or FLTP. FLTP currency is like what currencies we use. FLTP is like floating point integer, 20.08 or 22.022024, something like that. Integers int4 or int8, depending on the length of the integer you want. You have dates as that's be denoted as something as YYMMDD. DEC, the time will be calculated as a difference of the time from 1990, I guess. DEC, seconds starting from 0 clock. SAP will take something as 0 clock, and that you will define while defining your system what will be the 0 clock. So DEC will give the seconds. So suppose you have defined 0 clock as on 2020 001 when 1st of the January 2020. So it will give the how many seconds have passed from 2020 till this whatever we are now. So it will store the same goes for number. You can give a floating or DEC, and we usually give floating. For number we go for DEC. DEC is not here, not that one. What we have for date is just the decimal. For quantity, again, we have stored as 3 decimal places, quantity, and FLTP is the floating point. For times, again, TIMS, like whatever the time you have, 6 length, HHMMSS, and DEC is the starting from 0 clock. Okay, so these are the type of 6 key figures. Every key figure has to be associated with a unit. And these are the types of key figure we already went through. These are the data types. So for every key figure, there is already data type. So you can see we have 12 data types are there. Those are all defined here. Currency will start as currency, floating point, 37 places up to 16 character. DCB for counter assigned for excuse me, that's fill is this. TIMS starting from 00 clock, 4 byte integer and the 8 byte integer, and the quant field is quant. So anyone who open the system, at least try to use this search bar, use this link editor and all. Because why I'm asking, refresh and see. Okay, so Kixin has already created. Great Kixin. Kixin created just this one, info area, and you can merge in this one. So this we wanted to, as a child, we want to create. So 04, it came as this. And what you did, you gave the exact name, what came as default. You should give us Nagendra. And Nagendra has already created some. Now you see one thing here that I changed the name, but it's not reflecting. So many times we have to do refresh. So here, whatever we are going through as planned. This was description. This was short description. These were the data types, length, input and output. Excuse me, I've explained to you the difference between input length and output length. So it will allow 4 digits of length. We went through conversion routines, that there are multiple conversion routines. Called alpha routine is among the standard one that we use all the time. So functions modules are written for that. I was searching on the program, but it's a function module. Conversion dot exit. Now you can give as your alpha, and you see what's input and what is output. Now display the program. We haven't go through the program yet, but still you'll be able to understand. So input field, output field, it's calling the conversion exit alpha. Okay, and if you want to see this, just accept. You put input at 004, and you can see as output. It's all till 0004 till whatever the system has defined. So any input that you have given, it will just put preceding zeros. Why it does that? Because at times we define, suppose you have defined material as length 18, but from some of your systems you are getting as 00, 1, 2, 3, 4, and some places they are putting as so suppose you are putting a 00, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4. They ideally are the same material number, which basically should be 14 digits of 0 followed by the 4 digits of material number. So SAP will internally store your material number like that. If you want to do that, you have to have the alpha conversion enabled for that. High cardinality, I explained, it's to be used with line item dimension. Depends on the P3 how much we have. Okay, so if it's 20% of the size of fact table, we have to use high cardinality, but initially we don't define it here. It's as use come, we have to change our module. Case sensitive, if you want your data to be case sensitive, you should tick that. Otherwise, you can put for plant, you can have plant values as Foxconn also will work, or Foxconn also will work. But if you put as case sensitive, only the second one will be enabled. Okay. You have something as master data. If you enable master data, that means this plant what we have defined here is a characteristics, and it will have attributes defining to it. So as we define master data, we can have these many attributes. Okay. Second part, text. If you want text table to be maintained separately for it, you should have text. So you can see text. Then you can have short, medium, long, language, time dependent. Text is extra long. So you can have like that. These fields are self-explanatory. Excuse me, that you can have only short text, medium text, depending on how you want to create it. What's happening in the table side, let's see that as well. So if I take 0 as for plant, so 0 means, Pooja, can you tell me what's the 0 here means? Now go to this objects, and any objects that you are defining will create tables on the backend side, on the HANA side. So we'll check the tables that are created for this one. Okay. So what is the T code of the table? Can anyone tell me that? IC16, that's most for the weaving. If I want to go into table where data types and everything are defined, I use now if I put a star, I'll see what. Do you guys know where the insert button in 14-inch? Now as I put insert button, what will happen? Now if I type S, it won't delete the next one. As the insert button was not there, you can see when I tried to use the star, S was removed. Okay. So to enable that, you have to put the insert button. That you guys also might be knowing.
Yeah, sure.
Now you see we created master data. So we have the P table already. The P table is the master data table. Now go to the P table. P table is the master data table where key will be your plant. So your characteristics, objects which is active or not active, version. Okay. And then you will have these attributes that you have defined. You have 15 attributes. So you can see the total number of So here till here are 15. Total are 18. These three are the automatically coming from SAP sides. So you can see this data element or this info object is the SAP defined technical characteristics. So this info object changed is an info object, RS change, which uses the data element as this. This info object is SAP defined info object. Okay. Observes is second one, which is also a SAP defined object, which SAP uses it technically. We don't use it or we don't get it. Anytime a table is created, this come as default one. Okay. So attributes of this info objects are part of the master data table. Now we have text table as well. So we should be having the text table, correct? Yes, it's only the key of the info object which will be of the 4 length. So if you go here, only the 4. So as soon as you create the info object as for plant, SAP will create a data element for all standard one. You will find as BI0 OIS for plant that will be created in the backend. If you click on this data element, you can see the domains as well. So domain is again S4 plant. Data element and domain of the same name. Domain characteristics are char4 and length is 4. Further characteristics and all are not defined. Attributes also you won't find. This is SAP object. You can see last change by ASAP. Future further characteristics are again name and parameter. Field level will be defined as plant, because you have given only as plant. Now other things as well. You can see the plant, customer of the plant. Other lengths are 10, 11 or whatever defined depending on the attributes you add. Now, if you have a conversion routine defined, suppose for this attribute here. So suppose for this attribute, you have a conversion routine as well. Sales or you can directly double click. Yeah, sales or you don't have a conversion routine. So suppose you have defined a conversion routine that will internally, because this is also a master data. So a master data can be attribute of another master data as well. What other tables we should be having here? Come on, guys, we went through the tables that day. You will have an M table as well. That is the view of the master data table. It's just the view. We'll have P table. Now we'll have one S table for the SIDs that we went through. Okay. Now we should be seeing the T table as well, because we defined the TS text here enabled. So this is depending on if you enable the text. Now if you see the text here, you have defined so only the medium text, right? So now you come to this one, open this table. Now you can see only txt md is defined as one medium text. Now suppose if you would have clicked all three, so you should have seen ttxh and lh both. If you have defined as key as extra long, you'll have see xsl as well. So depending on the column, so for one text, for one plant, I can maintain 3 types of text as well. Depending on that, we'll have the text columns maintained here. Hierarchies is one which we are not going to. Authorization relevant, which I guess you guys are not going to do the authorization, so you're not touching that. If we enable the authorization, we can enable the authorization using this. But as I said that day, just by enabling here doesn't mean it's authorization relevant. There are other activities that you have to do in the PFCG, but we are not touching that. If you click on the attribute only, means this plant will be used only as an attribute of another characteristic. It cannot be a master data. Okay. You cannot have this tick and this tick both. If you click on this, this will be disabled. Now this is hierarchies. These are attribute, now BI client, and now it's for time for us to create the objects as given here. So shall we create hierarchies for an info object? If you see here, you can define hierarchies of this. So any hierarchy as for plant, you can get the hierarchy table. You will have the 4 external hierarchies defined here. No need to convert that. So where that hierarchy? So when you define hierarchy, the only thing what we have to do is you can define hierarchies, and hierarchies you have to create separately. Okay, I'm just giving example. Okay. Then you have component. So this charger. So a laptop to reach finished good, you have to have component, you have to have AVs, then you can create the laptop. But that doesn't mean a charger cannot be sold separately. That doesn't mean monitor cannot be sold separately. So at the end, suppose you are a financial controller who wants to see the sales. So if you want to put material hierarchy in the report, so what it will show? So it will show the total $1,800 that you have got in this, out of which AVs have got you $1,200 and the charger have got you $600. For one finished good of laptop, you have sold via this way as well as via this way. So you will come to know that okay, our chargers are selling less. We should do something innovative in the charger side. Got it? We don't define hierarchies. It's come from the functional consultant like FICO and all, who they will give the hierarchies for us to create. So the T code for creating hierarchy and all is RSH1. I will show you guys. Go here. These hierarchies are already created. Okay. Now, if you see one, suppose calendar, how they have defined. Let's see. So see, they have just defined this 12 has quarter 12, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 4. So prior example, so year has 4 quarters. These are the hierarchies of it. So if you display by year, you'll see the total. If you display by quarter, you will see the quarterly results. Intercompany is again one hierarchy. So intercompany again have RPs and the revenues as well as the income and operation. So intercompany is something if your company has one kind of company where it like child company. So between those two, there is some sales that has happened that will be defined as intercompany. And if you put intercompany hierarchy, pull it in the report side, you can put the hierarchies as well. So you can pull the characteristics or you can pull the hierarchies. When we are going through the reporting side, I'll show you how to pull the hierarchies in the report. But now I guess you have the fair idea of what is hierarchy, right? There you define hierarchies. You can pull also the hierarchies or you can create the hierarchies separately here as well. So depending on the GLs separately. So as you see, the SAP is defined on ledger side, but at times you might not want to see on the ledger. You want to see based on the customer. So again, that hierarchy wise you can see here. And for hierarchies, you can have hierarchy as time dependent. So for that, if you have time dependent, your from date or to date will be added here, and your entire hierarchy can be time dependent, or the nodes only can be time dependent, depending on how you want to create. You can have reverse the size of node. Intervals are also permitted. I mean, you want to give a few intercompany. So if you for intercompany, if you want to see the GLs, so you can give us in intervals as well. So if I go for intercompany anyone, and if you drill down to this, they have not defined here the GLs, but we could have defined GLs that these GLs are intercompany payables. If we give as interval permitted, instead of just writing one by one, we can give from 10 digit any number from this number to that number. Okay. So most of the things you already know, you have been using it in S4 side. It's just in BW side, is different naming convention and different place to create it. Characteristics, we have already went through characteristics. We have already defined and what are these. We have also defined what are correct hierarchy things. The display and navigation attributes will come to that. Attribute parts, adding attribute. Now let's come to creating characteristics. So we have to create characteristic, perform following operation, and choose create info object in the info area of info object catalog for characteristic. Enter the required next string. So characteristics is this one. Long description only is this one. Channel, we have to create 3. They have given us. Okay. Now under info area, these many things can be created. So these all are coming as option. So whatever we have to create is create info object. Now it will ask, what type of info object you want to create. So if you want to create characteristics, or you want to create key figure, or do you want to create a unit, or you want to create an XSL info object. We want to create a characteristics. So we'll come as characteristics. Name of the info object will be GDP group. You cannot give a star. The length should also be, I guess, 8 or 12 is the maximum length that you can give. Description is if you want to do copy from some info object, you can do the copy the characteristics of that one. Or if you want to copy from, it's called template. And if you want to reference info objects means, that day did I show the reference and template to you guys? Okay, I don't think they have told here, but there are two ways. So suppose copy form is just copy the characteristics of that info object and use in this one. That means data type, input, output length, conversion routine, types of master data text they have maintained there, everything will be same here. If you want to reference an info object means you'll have only the name and description, whereas you will reference the table of that info object. So suppose I give GD group as a reference of zero material. Even if I create this info object, it will not have any table in HANA side. You have to reference the zero material table itself. Even if you put alpha conversion is no harm. Okay. By default, it doesn't come, but I believe we should be putting as alpha conversion. Okay, by default it comes. Before HANA, by default, it will be blank. So you have to additionally add it. Now, product, have they given as anywhere it's written master data? They haven't, right? So product group, product and channel, which as per you guys should be the master data, which as per you guys should be the attribute of it. Sometimes when we get it via C and all, they have some different channels. So anything coming from this Foxconn and all, Korea side, Japan side, we get this channel as something. I don't remember the exact. BI grant, we want to use the short description, or you want to use the selection if you want to use. So unique for every cell. So this is more in for the reporting side. So no selection restrictions we have used for most of the time. If we want to have geographical data, we have to enable the link as well, or longitude and latitude, but this is we never use. But data element will have only one domain. Here data element can also be in master data and can also act as an attribute. Create the text for it, we'll create the text table also. Otherwise, we'll just first option is to check button. If you have any errors or if you're not given any mandatory field, you will see contains information. Come to this information tab and you see infosec is consistent. And it's consistent, create. Now it's already activated. It took a long time. If I click here new, what with the value I'm going to get? When we click here new, we got these many values because under info area we can create these many things. But if we click under characteristics, see, we could have also created no, we could, and if we click on over here, we can only see create characteristics because it is under characteristics and we can only create characteristics. In earlier versions of BW, this is called catalog. So we have to create the catalog separately, catalog for characteristics and catalog for key figure. In new versions of BW, it's auto created as you define key figure and you define the characteristics. And as I know, mostly I don't check it, but if there's an error, you will already get it open directly. If I go here, and anyone can answer. If I want to check the tables of this one, I should first give it a C, then a star, then this. What are the tables I'm going to see? Am I going to see any table or not? Anyone else want to take any guess? Anyway, you will have the master data IDs. SIDs always will be created. You'll fill it, right? So
Right.
that table will always be there. One of view of SIDs, that's our table. It was not there earlier. It came with new BW systems. So it's same as SID table. You can see, open this, check this. You'll see only the SID table. So you have check flag, and we have not created any entry, so it's all blank. One is 0 default entry, and you can see SID values, master data ID. You have check flag values obsolete. Some of the SIDs will get obsolete as well. So same will go for the third one as well. Now create the fourth one. Characteristics. Name is already given. Yes, we'll create now itself. It's alpha, it's master data. See, as soon as you click master data, you see, you have a look over here, the below ones. As we click on master data, you see the master data and attributes. Attribute is always enabled. If you click on text, let's come here. If you click on, if you have, as you have not clicked on text, you don't have any text things enabled. Now come, click on this text one. Text is also enabled. Now suppose you want to give 3 types of text, 4 type of attributes, I can't. And now I want to add the attributes. So we have created GD underscore channel. Now you see something as up and down. So if you want channel to be more important than product book, you can keep it up in the attribute list. Can you tell me what is this option? Just try. I guess you might be using navigation attributes. So if you have a drill down, so also I forgot to tell you one thing. If we create as a reference info object, it will don't have its table as well, but also will not be able to change the data types and all, because it will reference some other table. It's important thing that how navigational versus this depends. So in modeling side, if you navigation attributes are stored in P and Q table, display attributes are stored in P and Q table. So these at the moment are display attributes. Now this is a navigational attribute because it's attribute only. Yeah, as you have marked as attribute only, it won't be a navigation attribute. So if you want to change this, we have to come as channel and remove this attribute only, activate it again. Now I can mark this as channel as navigation attribute. So this will be stored in X and Y tables of the info object key P group. In reporting the drill down without the main master data I can do. So even if I don't add the product, I can drill down via channel. Otherwise, I cannot do. For an example, come here. For suppose customer is the main info object, these are the attributes. Okay, but you have defined country as the navigational attributes. So you can also see the values of India. You can remove this customer IDs, okay, from the report side drill down, and then you can get it clubbed between India. So you'll have one value of India with value 700, one value of USA with value 4,000, and one value of UK with value 5,000. That's how navigational attributes differ. Now if I want to activate it, okay, I'll just activate. JD Pro. Okay, so now we have defined it as without attribute only, right? Let's see what table it created in the backend for this one. Now, if I search the tables here, still have RNS table only, but it's a navigation attribute, so it can be stored in X and Y tables. Now let's open the one main product one. Now you'll see many tables. So you have P table, M table, RNS table, T table, X table as the attribute SID, time dependent, and 7 is the projection of the SID table. Now let's go to T table. As you saw that you have defined all the three ones. So you can see TXTHS, TXTMD, and TXTLG as well. Now if you see the string as SS string has came over here, data type, with the length as 13333. Now let's come here, master data text, remove this, activate it. So now your length is not extra long. Come back, go from here, display again. You can see text LG is now only 60. It's the text of the ZP product. Now if you go to the P table, which is the master data table of the product, so here you can see that this one's what you're asking, right? Yeah, so I have defined text for it. For the first two, I didn't define the text, so they don't have any text table. But for this one, I have defined text. Also, I defined three type of text. So it created three type of columns in that. When I created text at extra long, the data element was changed to accommodate longer length. When we have the system and when we have let's go to the view table. So view table is the M table of it. It's just the view of the master data characteristic. That's it. So it has taken the fields from the table, this one. And the join condition, if you see, is only one table. We don't have any other join or union. Okay. That's the table where data is stored and you will have records in the HANA database. M table is the view table, is the virtual table. So many times we want to transfer this table, or if someone wants to do some logic with the master data table, they can use the view and do the logic. Now they don't need to touch the master data table directly. Or P table.
P.
Until you explicitly mention M table, it's already always P table. And this MP table are from the start of the BW side. I mean, not now also. It's old thing concept. So we have created characteristics. Now it's showing the data flows. So this data flows, if we create from data source till the ADSO, so this is how we create the data flows. Now it has given examples of some of the data flows like stock initialization, goods movement, and re-evaluations. So these are the data sources in the which takes data from the ECC side. Corporate memories are defined. I mean, the staging ADSOs are defined this was. Core EDW layer is this one, and we have the virtual data mart layer. This is just for your reference. They have defined it, and we can have one composite pointer at the end of it. Now they have defined this one. What we also can do is, so if you do a stock initialization, and we can create three data sources, 1, 2, 3, these many info objects with one-to-one mapping. And you can see these two are clubbed to this one, but the rules are not defined. I thought of initially creating it, but the rules are not defined. If these two are clubbed here with I mean, what is the rule? One-to-one mapping or how? So I'm not creating it, and tomorrow I have a meeting. I'll ask them for giving us a complete data flow example to create it. Okay. So as of now, all these data flows are standard data flows, but I'll ask them tomorrow to give a flow like these three info objects, what they give. I'll ask them to give a complete flow from source to the composite provider for us to create it. Yeah, if we create data flow, we can see the data flow. Now they are telling us to create ADSO. We can go and create ADSO, but before that, let's come to the key figure section. Earlier it was till 7.3, we can use only GUI and create everything. But after HANA, so guys, what is HANA Studio? HANA Studio is not just a DBMS; it's complete package where it lets you manages data like any other DBMS. Also lets you to create objects out of it, right? So all these objects of HANA objects we have to create in HANA Studio only or Eclipse. We cannot do now via GUI. So if you would have created a process chain, we could have seen here. If you go to transport connection, I haven't done it right away. If you want to do connection transport wise, we can see one. How we can see is, I'll show you. So suppose you want to transport object types. If we do that, and our search, we created info object, right? Where is that? Here, and we select object as ZT prod. So now you can see that source system it will ask. So we have created in ODP BW. So now if you see, we can see our info object here in transport. Okay. But after the advent of HANA, the workbench is not of that important how it was earlier. Earlier in the main one, we could have seen all the complete flow. How we are seeing it over here, we could have seen over there as well. Key figures, have they created any? They have created one key figure. Jet key figure 2, amount, currency, fixed currency. Now, if you want to, I want to create key figure, I should click here or somewhere else. New info object of the type key figure. Now, jet key figure of amount. Guys, be very particular when you give the name because changing the name again creates very much difficulty. Is of the type key figure, okay, and currency will be of type currency because we don't want. So if you go for amount, we have two types of units we could create, right? If you remember, or don't remember at all. For amount, we could create currency or we could create as floating. So we'll go for currency and we go for finish. Now coming over here, can someone try what is this aggregation, exceptional aggregation? Try it's okay to be wrong also. Guys, you know it. I very well can tell that you guys already know it. But just try telling. You can have min, you can give maximum, or you can give no aggregation as well. If more than one value exists, it won't aggregate also. Now, Tell me an example where we use the maximum one, like population. If you define a key figure, okay, with population, we don't want to submit it over the year. I want the maximum value of it over the years. So sample data population. So when we cannot, or that is different example that comes as exceptional aggregation. So maximum out of it is, so is the sale that you are doing multiple sales or multiple, take example of finance side where you don't want to summate the values, you want the maximum out of values, you can use this one. Examples, I don't have something in mind from the finance side. Minimum is the same one, is the minimum sales that has came for some quarter. So it can say that one. So aggregation is more how data is stored in the backend side. Okay. So in the backend, data will be submitted with this key figure. Okay. Now, when you cannot meaningfully accumulate the data or maximum submit, you go for exceptional aggregation. So for exceptional aggregation, take an example for a population for cal year, you don't want to submit the data. You want to, if I use cal year here, okay, exceptional aggregation is maximum acceptable aggregation. So these are the counter, first value, standard value. These many things can come if I go for exceptional aggregation. So the difference between the first one and the second one is first one, how the data is stored in the database table, and the second one works only at the reporting level. In database level, suppose you go for aggregation, you don't define it. Okay. So this key figure for a particular key figure is amount for particular country, it will summate. So for same country, like the example USA, it will try to summate the data and give you the values. But if you want exceptional aggregation, what happens in the key when you try to pull this report and when you have year also coming or this of the any of these functionalities coming, it will give you the report side what's the value is coming out of it. It will do at the runtime in the report itself. With the database side, it will submit, but it will try to fetch you the value in the runtime based on the kind of settings that you have defined over here. So even if suppose someone has done night light settings in daytime as well, okay. So if in mobile it's already day, but it will reflect night as your time has come as. So that is the setting that they are going to do. Okay. Take another example for your thing, like suppose billing quantity. Okay. So billing quantity for a customer for several months cannot be accumulated. You have to give the maximum of the billing quantity. So every time you are pushing the quantity, so you have to give the, so here exceptional aggregation, you will give the billing quantity and you will define your aggregation as maximum. And whenever you define exceptional aggregation, you have to give a reference characteristic based on which reference characteristic it will show. So if I give billing quantity is this amount, so I have to give a quarter. So for a quarter, give the maximum amount of me. This will be a characteristic. If you see, it has already said which upon which characteristics you want to have this rule applied for. It's just a rule to show you on the report. Now, is high appreciation you want, or you just want stock. If it's a non-cumulative, if I click on this, that means the values will be aggregated, but exceptional aggregation will be last value. Non-cumulative we use only for our inventory and other purposes, where the non-cumulative value last value will be displayed as exceptional aggregation. This will be auto-ticked for any stock. You want the last value only to be there, right? It should not be submitted. Database slide, even if it's submitted, when we run the report, you should want to see how much is the inventory of hours we have, right? You cannot meaningfully accumulate the data. So suppose inventory of certain material over 3 months or a quarter cannot be added to get the total inventory, correct? So for taking example, inventory of a certain material or certain product that we define for quarter or 3 months cannot be accumulated to give you the inventory at the time at the end of the quarter, correct? Now you have defined as amount, but we need a currency. Now you can give another fixed currency or a currency info object that you can define unit info object. But what should be the, for amount, what is the unit? Okay, they haven't defined it here 0 units. So if you wanted USD, you can guess fixed currency. Oh, okay, it's fixed currency, so it was not given. If you can go on currency info object, we'll see everything. It was showing this many. You can give 0 currency, even 0 unit, 0 static currency or anything. 0 document currency. So any type of currencies, even local currency, you'll have one local currency and one as stat currency, and many times you'll have things like change currency from one place to another. So you should go for currency info object. We can have dirham, USD, and everything. Apart from making it fixed currency, when we make it fixed currency, other values won't be accepted. And even if the value is accepted, 5,000 euros will also be showing as 5,000 USD bits, which is wrong somehow. Okay, object is more or less similar. Versions. But there was one diagram mapping, right? Info object remained as info object, other objects changed. Yeah, this one. So info object remained more or less the same. Where were we now want to create an ADSO. Now you see here, for an example, what has happened in the backend is a new catalog for key figure is also created. So you have characteristic key figure. Now suppose we want to create an ADSO. Or let me explain you some of the ADSOs. Here they are giving us any name, P9 or anything. Ideally, in any of your project, this won't be allowed. You have to use certain standard naming convention. So now we are okay with all the tables of key info objects. What are the different options if we click? What is going to happen in the back end? What is going to happen when we create key figures? And what are the options we have while creating key figures? Now we are going, so info object, your data came. So if you go over LSA and LSA++ architecture, so if you go for SAP shown LSA architecture, so we'll have one data acquisition layer. We'll have starting to take the data from source in the corporate memory. We'll do the harmonization of the data and propagate to business transformation layer, and we'll have reporting layer. Then the virtualization layer is our CP. Okay, to take data to a corporate memory, you'll have to create an ADSO as well, where data is stored in form of ADSOs. So info object is just a table, right? So info object will have the info object perspective data. Like for an example, what we created here is a product. So product, and now this as a characteristics with these two as an attribute, it will have product as specific data in these tables. But now we want to have an ADSO which can store the data of fact as well as characteristic. So this is characteristic is storing the characteristic data, but now we want to club it, so we'll have to go back to our standard star schema where fact table is surrounded by the characteristics, and that table thing we can get in ADSO using an ADSO. So to define, create a staging or corporate memory, we'll have to create an ADSO. Why we want ADSO? What's the difference between info object created and why we want to create an ADSO separately? But for all your reporting purposes, so You get data from ECC side, it will be form of tables, right? We'll have certain characteristics like your financial years and everything, and then the values of it, right? To have that and to store that data in our side, you need a multi-dimensional table as well in our side, right? Where they have characteristics as well as key figure. Both can be stored in one table. So you need an ADSO. So ADSOs will have the characteristics and the key figure storing capabilities. Why? Because you will add ADS in ADSO, you will add the characteristics and also you'll add the key figure as part of its key and data fields. We'll have to create the ER diagram that we explained, fact table surrounded by demand dimension table, then surrounded by the SID tables, right? So all hybrid info ADSO, PSA, and everything is came to ADSO. This is actually SAP given chart. I mean, not someone else has created, SAP itself gave this. Before creating ADSO, let's try to go through the ADSO properties, how we went for the info object and other things. So same technical name, description, here we don't have the short, long description, anything, we'll just create description. Now if you want to create external HANA view or log read access output, those for the HANA views that we create, is mostly for if we have been in HANA class, we could have explained this in detail. Now you have a standard info object, only staging info object, data store object is same as your cube that way, and direct update store object is if you have daemons running from source to here, where the data is stored in real time. Now, if it's inventory enabled and planning enabled, you'll have to create the slices and all that you'll do in your BPC side. You'll have to define if it's planning enabled. If you create an inventory enabled, if you click on this, will be stored as non-cumulative. Here, the data here will not be added, but it's more the last values are how it goes for the inventory. Now, ADSO is a place where data is stored as the most granular level. It will be stored in that way. Whereas cube earlier was something where the least value of the data stored was different. So what I did, I just refreshed it so that not saving this. Now let's come to this and see what happens. So this guy has details. If you see, he has defined sales document item as its key, other as non-key as your data fields. And for this guy, it has used as data mart data store object table. So anything you want to understand, jump to the table side and see. They have actually tried to create some of them, but not with the same naming convention. If you see, they have created few. With the DWH layer also they have tried creating data store object. If you see SD10, SD11, but the names are not consistent how they have given over here. So let's start with the staging one. Okay. So corporate memory, what we do, we take the data as in what's there in the source side. We don't want to touch the data, what Nagendra was telling, why we are copying the data multiple times, creating two copies. But we want to have, as we don't have PSA, so if we go to the transformation is basically the data copying or the rules that you have defined from source to target. Transformation is just as simple as that. So this list 11 BSDR is sales document header records. If you come to the rules, you see all the mappings are 1 to 1. There is no formula, nothing altogether. So everything has been mapped 1 to 1. Why we do this? We have already went through that and why we do. And this staging ADSO. Anytime you create an ADSO, 3 tables will always be created. 1, 2, 2 of them will be same BIC A1, 2, 3. They have given over here. Same BIC A1, 2, 3 tables. Let's remove everything. Give star and star. Okay, the table names are defined as H here. So some of the times it won't be BIC or BIG. It will be depend on the namespace this client has defined. So it's BIH here. In some places you can find as B12 as well. So don't worry about that. Most of the time it will be BIC only. Now we see three tables, 1, 2, and 3, inbound, active, change. Now three views, extraction, reporting, and external access of the data store. So you want to pause, like send this data to somewhere out, you can use the external access HANA views. These are the HANA views that are created, like calculation views on top of these views. How master data view table was created based on the master data P table. You do want to see the tables, right? Let's see what other tables are there. Our main thing depends on how we understand these three tables what are created in the backend. And we have to be very much focused on what are these table all together. Inbound table, and change log table. Data first comes in the inbound table. Okay. Now data obviously will go from this 1 to 2 or 3. Okay, till this part.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the role of the SAP Basis Administrator in an SAP BW on the HANA landscape? Option A, managing the HANA database instances. Option B, configuring the BW system landscape. Option C, performing system monitoring and troubleshooting. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA? Our course is your ticket to mastering supply management. Take it at your own pace, right here on our platform. In this course, you will unlock the power of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning, from ensuring we have got enough supplies to get them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced strategies, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff inside out. Meet your teachers, seasoned pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and answer any questions you might have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, they have found immense value in what we offer. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP BW 7.5 on HANA skills? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
I've already tried a few of the things by Benjamin and trying to create a data flow for you guys so that you understand also the fields concept that whatever we went for the info object, ADSO, key figures. When I say info objects, that means characteristics and key figure, and the ADSO of the staging and the data mart ADSO, followed by CP, and then followed by the query we create on top of it. So I have been doing some of the analysis in the S4 system, what we have connected to our BW system, and as well as the BW system of what we have. So having said that, I have tried to create a flow for you guys. and I'm just trying to explain you that how I'm going forward. So we'll have two extractors. So extractor is someone which we upload data to the BW side, whether the extractor works on a flat file, get data from OData, from CDS, from S4, or any local BW system on the local HANA. Extractor is just made for that, just for extracting the data. So what my point I was thinking is, so I created one of the Excel here. So this is the flat file that I'm going to load, and this is all actual value that I've got from the system. So, so sales order, sales order is sold, and then we have one customer pertaining to one material. Sales order value, the currency, the net weight, and net weight or gross weight, whatever you say, and the unit of it. This file, for this file, I'm just created one of the flat file data source. I'm just creating it, and you will have to create the second one, which I'll create now, and I'll show it again to you guys. So with me here, and you'll also have to follow it. I mean, whatever the flow I create, you will have to create. First, you have to see me that how I'm creating, and my point is I'll show you first field-based ADSO, their primary keys, how we defined, how we do the read from master data or the routines, and how to show whichever we go via query or via read master data, we get the same value of the discount what I'm working on. We created ADSO. I said we have three tables pertaining to an ADSO, 1, 2, and 3. And didn't I explain that what is 1, 2, and 3? Okay. What I remember that I have opened, I already created our ADSO and showed you that what are the options we have. So don't worry, we will be creating ADSO in the total exercise. This exercise won't be of a single day. You'll have to wait for a day or two. Like it will take at least 2 days to get it completed. But with this, most of your things except the CDS will be completed till the query part. Just trying to open one ADSO and show you an example over here. Let's take any ADSO for an example here. So when we're creating an ADSO, we get these options, like how we went for info object options. I'll just explain what are the options over here we have. So whenever we create ADSO, we have options like giving technical name and description, as we always have. And if this ADSO will get an HANA view created automatically, you have to click this option. We generally enable HANA view for all ADSOs that we create when we work from mixed scenarios. Log read access output is something that we won't be doing it. It's logging enable characteristics are involved. We don't work that. This option is mainly for the basis counterparts. Now ADSOs, whenever you create an ADSO, in the backend, you get three tables created. You can see, if you see the number of tables that it is created, actually it's taking 1, 2, 3, everything. So ours is just SLS. So SLS1, SLS2, and you can see somewhere SLS3 as well. So change log table, inbound table for ADSO B3 HDLS in activator table, and the change log table for this. And we also get two views created. So if we just scroll right, so we have two views created, and just give the exact name. Can you see SLS, the 6 and 7? Yes, 6, 7, 8. So one view will be created for extraction when you are doing the extraction from this ADSO to any HANA from HANA side. One for the reporting and one for the external access if you are giving for this. So many times we enable the external access for our DBs on the data store side for SAP or someone to work directly on that. So we enable this. These all three ADSOs and three views are auto created. You don't have to give anything like that. Whenever you just create, these three options will be auto created. Now, based on the option that you select here, over here in the modeling properties, the tables which will get stored data will work on that. I mean, it's not like that we will have data in all the 1, 2, 3 tables. Based on the options what you select here, you'll have data in those tables. So let's take an example. Here you have selected an option of write standard IDSO with write changelog enabled. So this means standard IDSO. And when you say changelog, are you guys aware of the concept of changelog or no? So data comes for first when you do the extraction, suppose from R3 side or S4 side, data comes first, it's in your inbound queue. So take an example here. Our IDSO name is SDLS. Go to its tables. You can see when he was defining this ADSO, he gave keys as order ID, that's sales order ID, and carrier. Other than that are non-key fields, I mean data fields that we say in our ADSO. But when you come to the table here, you see the keys are different. You see keys, request ID, then followed by package ID, then the record. So the keys here are technical. When we say keys are technical, means is SAP defined. So data comes for first gets segregated, I mean aggregated based on request, then based on data pack ID and based on a record. So it's something like that. For a particular request ID, you can have package ID 1, package ID 2, and then package ID 1 can have record 1, record 2, and record 3. So data is first segregated based on the technical keys and then the keys that you have defined. So order ID and carrier. So that's how your data first come into the system. Now let's see the other table that we have. And anything in BW side you want to explain, just go to its backend tables, that how it created, and you'll understand the concept. So you see the data is stored here as semantic. Semantic means user defined, that you have defined as carrier, order ID, and then define second key is our carrier. Data then aggregates here based on what you have defined. And why I'm going through that, I'll just come back that why I'm explaining this. And when you see data coming back here is again segregated based on request ID, data pack ID, record. Do you see something object called record mode, which was not there in 1, which was not there in table 2 as well? Guys, you want to take any guess what is this record mode is? I'm just showing you guys that it was not there. Here it won't be mapped, I mean, in info object. Any guess you want to take? But usually we don't do reporting in the staging ADSO, we just to store the data. Have you guys understood the concept that inbound queue the data first comes here? And now I'm going to explain as it goes to table 2 and 3 based on the options we select here. So suppose you selected the option like as a write changelog. When you select this option, when you activate the data, I mean, it comes to inbound queue, then you do the activation. One set of the data will go to active table, another set of data will go to changelog table. Why we do this? I'll just explain. Someone may ask that why we are already storing the data from S4 to inbound queue. It's like a system copy, and then also we are copying the data 2 times. So I'll explain why we do that. So take an example here. Just any sales order number 1, 2, 3. When you load the data first time, this data came and sat here. With me at least still here. Now you activated it, but data was not in the same format. You have many records and the table is something with this format. Now when activated the data, so active data table is kind of what I say, what is the term, like it's like overwrite mode. Okay, so DSO is overwrite mode. So data came here, you activated, and data was set here was something of this format. Okay. Now it's a transactional data, it may change. Your second set of data was something like this. And also it's set here. Okay. Now for this customer 456, the value changed from 300 to 500. Okay. It may change, he may purchase again, or he deleted an item, he just wanted to add, anything may happen. For example, just he returned as something and value changed from 300 to 100. Now this data will again come. This is second iteration. So iteration 1 is complete, and this is the second iteration. Data came, set here. Now you did activation. So as this table is write log enabled, it just overwritten the data over here. It's now 100. Now suppose this is not an inbound ADSO, you are providing the data to some other ADSO as well. Okay, as we know that we have multiple places to store the data, the same data we do copy. Are you guys aware of this concept, full load versus delta load? Now when it comes to BW, usually we don't wipe the data. It's just like we do master data full load and transactional data as a delta load. Okay, in BW, even if you see SAP architecture, we have inbound, we have data mart, and we store the same data at multiple places. And in inbound queue, we have only delta enabled. So delta came here, the value is copied. You have the new data over here. But to the next ADSOs, we want only delta to be transferred. So the next ADSO in the first time itself, it had this value in which you are doing the reporting. It had this value. But now this you want this value is to be propagated from which is now 100 for the sales order number 456. We know that the active table is just an override table. So what does actually happen in change log table? Change log table, you get two entries created. Again, one is 456 and again 456. This as minus and this as new entry. So change log means is just keeping a track of the change that has happened, and how it's keeping a track of the changes, keeping the self of record. Now, when the data is delta data is transformed from one place to other, one ADSO to the second ADSO, the change log will okay we have minus 300, so now I have to transfer only this record and this will get overrated here. Even here again they may have a change and inbound table everything. First it will come to inbound, it will come with value 100. Again the same iteration will keep on following. Now how does it happen is, when you create a data source, you get a field as arrow cancel. And when you create a ADSO, you this is record mode. You understood, right? Any change of data, which you are doing data delta load, data goes from change log table, and if you want to do the full load, data will directly go from the active table. The reporting is done on active table or active table plus change log combined based on the options that we select. So if it's data mart object, we need not to activate the data. So reporting will happen with the combination of the inbound plus active table. If it's the data mart data store object, direct update, it will take from all the three tables. So it's depend on what options you select. But usually in most of the cases, you will have only two you will create only two types of ADSO. One is standard with change log, staging with inbound queue only. That is only you are going to do in most of the scenarios. Later, the unique record or snapshot is very high topics that mostly you will not create snapshots until we go into some architecture where you have to show the quarterly or something snapshots to the higher management. Okay. Now, how we do that? So RO cancel and RO record mode gets they are mapped, and based on the mapping, if there is something like X over here, so that means it's a before image. Okay, so RO cancel will say that before image is -300, A is additive image, and that you don't have to define it. You just will map it, and based on while creating data source, you will see an option is what type of data source you are creating. So now D is like suppose you have created like data must be deleted. Data must be deleted. I mean, then how will happen is you'll have something as not minus 300, and with D that means it's a deleted record. It will still stay in the system, but it will delete this record and will keep a log of this data is deleted. What I have just explained is -300 and then plus. It's called additive inverse, called ADD. Based on the selection, your reporting. I mean, you have three types of HANA views also, right? Based on the options you select, those views for reporting and all will take data from different tables. That's it. These tables will always be created. What is the work of this table? Is like delta change log is to provide delta to the next upper ADA source, and active table is to provide the full load. But most of the cases we do reporting. It's loosely said that reporting is done on active table, and inbound is just for the storage, but it's not correctly 100% correct, but it's loosely said like that way. Or does anyone did have any confusion that what I explained here? How iteration 1 and iteration 2 data got changed and how SAP kept track of it and then passed it to next option. So initially I thought like this system doesn't have the data as I discussed with you. But then I found like it's a blessing in disguise in our side that you will be able to see the tables also, and you will be able to create from the scratch side. It just has the data, will not have created data source, you will just have replicated it. But now you'll create the flat file data sources as well. So this is actually a blessing, and it will be thrilled to work like that way as well. So what I've done till now is I've taken sales order numbers from which table, by the way, anyone can tell? What we're doing is creating, so this sales order data that I have taken is from table BBAP where sales and items are stored, and customer is your payer. You can be shipped to and billed to customer, but I've taken payer as the main customer. The corresponding materials, their sales order value, currency, net weight, or you can say gross weight, anything. Those two are different, but I've just taken the units. I've just molded here and there, but it's just most of them are the actual data. Now what I'm doing is, you can see we have flat file system. So I've created an application component for our therein. Right click the same way, the context menu, we have created a data source, and it's all field based. I'm not associating the info object based on it. I'm just associating direct one by one how I have created. So the sales order value has came, the currency has came, now the weight will come. Now I can directly give the info object name as gross weight here, but I don't want because we'll go as per the LSA++ where initially everything is field based. Now the weight is type not character, it's of type int, decimal or something. So let's go by int2. If you see key figures that we have defined, this is actually our key figure only. It's based on zero currency that we had defined, so you can give anything else over here. The precision that we are taking scale as 2. Now we can also give fixed currency here or no currency, that how we want to. If you see also that in place of currency that I have made selection as possible, so that means you can give selection while extracting the data from this type of data sources. Now you come to the overview that I have given as. I've created a sales of type transactional data. So the data types while creating, I'll create one more actually, and I'm loaded from my documents. Data separated as given here, and escape sign as tab, and just the fields are also defined. Weight, just one more as unit. Now I'll create one. We will create one more for materials, but we will use the same one as values because we have to map those materials to those customers. If you get it. So let's create one more. And not to worry here, we'll use this. You see, we are using the same kind of material that we already had. And I've copied this here in our Mara table. So if you see, these are our materials. You can also create a similar one however you want to. So material group. Material group is taken to show you the navigational versus attribute selection. So while creating master data, we had two options to either check mark the navigation attribute or just don't check anything. Here master data in the attribute side. Material group is a navigation attribute. Material type is a navigation attribute. But now see other options like product. It's not a navigation attribute. So let's try to find the product over here. And I guess you know how to do that. Now take this, put it to the top. Let's see its values. This is not what we are looking for. So it's just kind of hit and trial while creating the document. Okay. So as we are creating data sets ourselves, we are getting to learn many of the other things, but these things are we have to try hit LU. It's LU here. So now Mara is a complete table, but when it comes to material number in BW side, we may not have all the fields. You see, there are only 62 attributes that we have. But here, if you see the number of rows and the table was real high. It's 358. So you may not have everything what is included here in the table that we have.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key feature of the SAP BW on HANA architecture? Option A, native HANA data persistence. Option B, integrated data mart. Option C, embedded SQL engine. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA? Our course is your ticket to mastering supply management. Take it at your own pace, right here on our platform. In this course, you will unlock the power of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning, from ensuring we have got enough supplies to get them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced strategies, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff inside out. Meet your teachers, seasoned pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and answer any questions you might have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, they have found immense value in what we offer. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP BW 7.5 on HANA skills? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So whatever green over here are usually the navigation attributes. Whatever is not green are not the navigation attributes in the BW sides also. So that's how the S4 and our systems are connected. Earlier in different system, we don't have that option to see it that well. Let's have this. If it's not there, and we'll add this field in our the object, data flow that we create. I'm randomly changing it to show you how it works on report. And the idea was discount. Discount percentage is also given. I think else you guys want on field, I don't think, I guess from here we can work on. And this is our material file. Made one mistake that we have to create the file only as CSV to be uploaded in our DotCom and create in BW side as well the data source. DotCom and create in BW side as well the data source. So where we'll create the data source only in, we'll create one more application component. Why I'm creating separate application component? So that it's easy to track the sales and materials. So everywhere you file different application component based on a different type of data source. So I'm just creating one more. Yes, why we do that in all the BW training, the initial concept is given based on the flat file data source, where the number of records are less for make you to understand. Then on the second scale, when you want to load the data directly, so the systems are connected, you can still create the data based on, I could have taken one of the standard flow of any sales list, say VBAQ or VBAP and just created it. But those many records and those many attributes may not define the concept that I'm just going to do. It's more important that we understand the concept based on the file what we create, and then we can apply it to the larger data sets. So to apply in the smaller data set only, I'm just creating it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's easy for me to map it like that way. But I just want to make you understand that how we work, and I'm just creating one. So now it gives, we want to create a data source by copying from a data source or a template or an info object. No, we don't want it for any copy. So I'm giving Z material master data. Now, when you create data source type, you'll have option as transactional data, which creates the values. If it's a hierarchy, so some of the hierarchies, by not creating, we can also create loaded by a fat file. Or it's a master data text, but it's a master data attributes. It's the attributes of the material, correct? So coming back here, now come to this extraction, and you will only allow full, no direct access allowed from a local workstation. You can give browse and comma delimited material. You'll have to give the number of rows to be ignored as 1. That I have not done in the last one. That's a mistake of mine. Comma and tab. And now come to the fields one. We are not adding again info object, we'll add the field. The first field will be, of course, the material. In any object in S4, the material length has been defined as 40, if you see. But in all ideal scenarios, material length never goes beyond 18. Okay, so I'll just use material as 18 length. Now, this can only be explained as I have already done working, so I know this. In the data mart layer, all the objects has to be mapped to one of the info object only. So we should be keeping sync with the length as well. And field again, and that's the same way your all the sales data was created here. So whatever you see field length is same by giving what's there in the system, not any random number. So Dexon, we are using the same system data, not the random Excel examples I gave as 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6, but in the shorter data set, very short data set. And a standard process. Anywhere they will give you whether if they just explain you in the bigger set, it's become difficult.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA? Our course is your ticket to mastering supply management. Take it at your own pace, right here on our platform. In this course, you will unlock the power of SAP BW 7.5 on HANA. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning, from ensuring we have got enough supplies to get them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced strategies, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff inside out. Meet your teachers, seasoned pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and answer any questions you might have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course is. Just like you, they have found immense value in what we offer. And the best part, it's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP BW 7.5 on HANA skills? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.